Victoria went around. Victoria went right around and 2 years left.
Yes. Welcome to Red Star. It's round 2 of the Extreme Festival, and we are here for epic action once again as we get into the second round of the 2026 championship here in Delmas, just outside of the Johannesburg and Gauteng region. We're actually in Mpumalanga. Let's go and see exactly what it's all about. Purpose-built motorcycle circuit that has now changed into motorcycles and four-wheeled action that is provided now at Red Star Raceway. But we will be kicking things off today with the ZXNR Masters Cup. There is the program. 10 laps of Sunbed ZXNR Masters Cup will kick off today's racing, and then we move into the Gazoo Racing SA Cup, South African Touring Cars and SATC Super Cup, Investchem MSA4s and Formula Ford Kents combined, and the Astron Energy Polo Cup, which will take us through to the lunch break at approximately 1:15 this afternoon. We then go and do it all again for a second time, and every single one of those classes will come out for a second heat of racing here at Red Star Raceway. It's pretty spectacular to be around this circuit. It's just over 4 kilometers long, and it is, as I said, purpose-built for motorcycles originally. So all of these Sunbed ZXNR Masters Cup competitors will certainly be looking forward to going at it and trying to take out the man who would be king and has taken over that mantle since we've seen the demise and unfortunate demise there of Clincella, who had to step out in Cape Town with an injury. We're wishing him all the very best with that recovery period. But Damien Purificati went and actually set an outright lap record for ZXNR Masters Cup to put it onto pole position yesterday, ahead of Hein McMahon and Keith Agliotti, making up the front row of the grid. There he is right there. His brother Brad's there with him as well. I'm sure he's looking forward to some excellent action at a circuit that's always been good for all the trees Agliottis. The second row is James Barson. It's amazing to see how James Barson has found some pace throughout last year and is now putting it into full effect this year as he lines up there, giving us a little wave there. And looking forward to seeing the battle there between him and the man from Cape Town who'll be lining up alongside him pretty shortly there on the Project 60 machine. That is Trevor Westman. There he comes, the killer, making his way through to the middle of the second row. And he will then take up his position just behind, of course, Hein McMahon, who starts from that front row. Further back in the pack as well is Reggie Seal. He'll be looking forward to a great battle with Eddie Van Dalen, who's alongside him. And then it'll be Peter Delport, who'll make up the third row of the grid. And it's a nice big field of just over 20 riders who've come to participate. There is Westman making his way through as we pick up on 110 there, Peter Delport. The 82 bike just squeezing through there as well as Henk Kruger. He qualified just slightly up the road there from Delport. Dirk Stoltz makes up the fourth row, and he'll be alongside Byron Rothwell and Renatus van Niekerk. And then, of course, it's Jacques Cruz, Rob Ferreira, and Tyron Piper. But we also picked up on some phenomenal action down in Cape Town at the first round. Maybe let's go and have a look at that and see how things turned out after that first round of action in Cape Town as they go off onto their warm-up lap. Mother City saw the start of the 2026 season, and always going down to Cape Town. Motorcycle racing is in full effect. We were expecting to see a battle at the front end with some of the usual contenders in the ZXNR Masters Cup, as well as a couple of wild cards that usually come to the forefront when we get into the Cape Town circuit. But unfortunately, Trevor Westman had a massive crash on the Friday, had to go and find a motorcycle overnight and rebuild it into race trim, and that's why he started so far back and ended up coming through turn 3 in 4th place with a bit of work to do to try and catch the man who would lead things out there. That would be Damien Purificati. Purificati was looking for an absolute opportunity of note, knowing that Clint Seller was not on the grid and was on the sideline for the King Price Insurance team, and he would be looking to try and take the mantle over and hang on to it with all his might. He pushed hard at the front end, but he was pushed very, very closely by Jason Lamb, who also is a great rider from the coast and looked forward to opportunities there. Unfortunately, Lubabala Nsana had problems, the local man from Cape Town, crashing out, coming out of turn 5, but a battle of note at the front end. Eventually saw Agliotti moving his way up through the field rapidly as well, trying to find a way through to at least the front end of the field. But the second heat proved to be a little bit more conducive to the Cape Town bunch. And in fact, Cape riders were at the front end, with Jason Lamb getting the whole shot and trying to hang on to it almost for the entire race long. Lamb was the man to beat in the second heat. He got outgunned ever so slightly going into the closing stages, but then there was a red flag. And with that red flag, of course, the riders going down in the middle of the circuit unfortunately caused some issues. It was Eddie Van Dalen who went down, and we had to do a restart. On that full restart, slightly shortened version of the track of the race as well, saw Purificati get the whole shot, but Lamb was there, so was Westman. So it was basically Eastern Cape versus Gauteng versus Western Cape at the front end of the field, with the rest of the pack coming through and also putting on a spectacular show in that mid-pack, as we were about to see here today at Red Star Raceway. On a similar vein, you're going to see all of those riders will be getting into the little mixes that they get into when they are up close and personal with riders of similar ability and similar lap time. It was chopping and changing between Purificati and Lamb. Lamb wanted the victory badly. He wanted to share the honours there with Damien Purificati. Further back in the pack as well, we saw some fantastic rides coming through and some big battles that unfolded. But heading to the last couple of laps, it was so close between the riders to the line, and eventually coming across there, Jason Lamb almost taking out one of the spectators on the side of the wall as he came through there to wrap up a phenomenal day's racing. But the man who leads the championship and starts from pole position is the man to beat today, and he is in for a battle of note here as we get into the thick of it now for race 1 here at the Extreme Festival of Motorsport, round 2 at Red Star Raceway. Purificati on the front row. McMahon and Agliotti are alongside him. And it'll be a big chase down to turn 1, because Keith Agliotti from the inside line into turn 1 might have the advantage. We'll keep an eye out on Trevor Westman. He's always a good starter. So coming from that second row, and the middle of the second row might be exactly where he needs to be to try and outgun Damien Purificati as they go into turn 1. And we got behind that a big battle expected between Kruger, Reggie Seal, Eddie Van Dalen and Peter Delport. Dirk Stoltz might join that party. Byron Rothquiller, Renatus Vinnicook and Jacques Cruz, Robert Ferreira, Tyron Piper, Alfie Swanepoel back on a motorcycle. Great to have him there as well. And Steve Galgocci, Ian Harwood and Nico Zietzman will make up the grid for ZXNR Masters Cup. Standing by now for all of the usual 1 minute, 2 minute, 3 minutes, 50 seconds. All those boards cut there. The 5 second board is up. Lights are running off and we're racing. It's a fantastic start from the pole man. He set an outright lap record yesterday to get that pole. And he now goes to try and put it into race pace as they head into turn 1. Purificati looking for opportunity to get the whole shot. He got it. He was not going to be better down into turn 1 and already into turn 2. Look at the gap he's pulled over Agliotti heading into turn 2. Keith Agliotti hanging on for second place as we go on board here with our drone into turn 3. And this is an amazing shot as they come through there. Look at that. Absolutely brilliant to see all 20 of these bikes absolutely flat out and everybody still upright. Heading down the short straight. Down, of course, into a short straightaway that goes into 2 little flick-flacks. It's 4 and then into 5. 5 is a triple left-hander. You can see there the apexes of that corner are tricky as hell to get right from the word go, particularly on cold Bridgestones. But as they get those Bridgestones up to temperature, they can start putting in lap times that can go into lap record pace. That's what we saw yesterday from Damien Purificati. It's what we're seeing from him literally out of the gates. And Agliotti hanging on for second place at the moment, looking for a chance to maybe just stay ahead there behind McMahon. Further back behind them, they're starting to get into the mix as well with James Barson coming through there on the Steel Monkey bike. Great start there from Barson as he wants to try and get up into that battle for second if he can. Behind him, looks like it's Eddie Van Dalen and Reggie Seal coming along for the ride. That's what they'll be looking to try and get into and see what they can do in terms of their initial starts. Now they go out of the dog bone section. It's through a little left-hand flick, and then it's a right-hander. It's slightly uphill, slightly off camber as well. That leads onto the long back straightaway, running alongside the big highway that you come along to get to Red Star Raceway, and it is a big dive on the inside, right from the word go there, from McMahon. Couldn't quite make it stick. He's certainly pushing hard to try and get through there up into second place. Right now, hanging on to that second place is Keith Agliotti as they cross the line and complete lap 1 of 10. Purificardi from a standing start still does a 1:58 around here. Rest of the bikes down in the 2-minute brackets. As you can see there on the left-hand side, James Barson in fourth ahead of Henk Kruger, Eddie Van Dalen and Reggie Seal. Trevor Westman dropping back down into 8th place. It's not quite what I expected to see from the killer. But remember, he's also not had a lot of experience around this track, so still might be using the lack of experience that he has at this particular circuit, and that what might be hounding him slightly there. He's just ahead of Delport, who's the last of the single digits, and Byron Rothwell up into 10th place. If we look at the classes, Damien Purificati was quickest ahead of Henk Kruger, and then it was Rothwell for Class B. Class A are currently sitting 2, 3, and 6 on the road, with Eddie Van Dalen in 3rd place behind Agliotti and McMahon, and Class C is headed up by James Barson. So Barson now capitalising also on the fact that I don't see Jason Lamb in this field, so Lamb has not made the trek up to Red Star Raceway. So the Eastern Cape-based rider who was so quick, and we've just seen how quick he was in Cape Town, hasn't made it yet to round 2. He'll be looking forward, of course, to going to 2 of his home tracks almost back-to-back. PE and East London are the next 2 rounds of the Extreme Festival, and of course that's where Jason Lamb will be looking to capitalise. Nice move here from McMahon, pulling slightly out of the dog bone, carrying slightly more corner speed than what Agliotti was able to do. That's how he's able to close here. Look at that. He closes up, and into turn 11 they come. 12 and 13 at the top, the little chicane that heads onto the main straightaway. Barson there in 4th. No worries at all there, but look at the gap that Purificardi's pulled. Damien Purificardi has learnt a huge amount from Cancella in terms of race control, and he's controlling things from the front end. Van Dalen looking for a dive here on the inside. Can he find it? Looks up the inside. Can he get through there? It was a late dive, possibly moving himself 1 position higher up there. I think he may have just done that. We'll wait and see as they come through. Pick up further back on that one on a Nigel Van Niekerk. Also starting to get in the mix there with Dirk Stoltz. Great run so far. Purificardi out front, doing it all right. Agliotti in 2nd, McMahon and Stoltz. Renatus Van Niekerk up there too. Barson still hanging on as we pick up on the leader. Coming out of the big left-hander there at turn 3, heading down. In fact, that's turn 5, I beg your pardon. It's onto the short straightaway. So out of turn 5, he's now opening up even more of a margin over Agliotti. Agliotti in trouble here. Look at that late dive from McMahon, but Agliotti was so much later on those EBC brakes. Just able to hang on to that 2nd spot for now, keeping McMahon at bay. James Barson is closing on them though. He's not too far behind. He has definitely bridged that gap ever so slightly, a lot closer than what he was earlier on. And it's a little bit of a gap down to Eddie Van Dalen. He comes into the dog bone, and yeah, he leads out that 2nd pack. Van Dalen just ahead of Kruger, then Reggie Seal. Westman into 8th place at the moment. So the killer with some work to do, trying to find a way through there. You can see working hard to get ahead of Reggie Seal, but Seal just shutting the door firmly in his face at the moment. All yellow, almost VR46 colours there of Reggie Seal keeping out the Project 60 bike for now. But Westman now starting to just turn the wick up ever so slightly. He had to come from behind in his home circuit. He's having to do more of the same here. There's a big dive for 2nd. Great dive for 2nd place there behind McMahon. Up into 2nd place now ahead of Agliotti. Agliotti stays on his tail, but here comes Barson along for the ride. Nothing in it between those 3 riders. Brilliant to see the action for 2nd place and the fight there between Class B and C riders combined. nice little battles through the pack as well. I did say that that's what happens in ZX10. Get your little clumps of riders that get together. They're all based, of course, on what their lap times are when they're racing. And of course, the classes are designated by age group as opposed to lap times. So you have veterans, masters, and grandmasters out there, A, B, and C, all fighting amongst themselves, all having little battles of their own throughout the field. Tyron Piper there, just showing a wheel here and there. Same as what Westman's doing here to Reggie Seal, but Seal hanging on for now. Reg is having none of it at the moment from Westman's point of view. Good drive down the short straight for Westman, late on the brakes. And makes it stick into turn 6. Nice move there from Trevor Westman. Took him a while though to pull that move. And with that he's lost a little bit of ground to Kruger and Van Dalen up the road. He's going to have to work a little bit harder to try and shut that gap down and still have a chance of getting into the top 5. It's definitely a circuit you can see just from the body language and how hard he's working. Westman is not really a favourite with, and maybe not his favourite track on the 2026 calendar. But it is fantastic to be back here again. Last time National Extreme Festival was here was in 2022, I think it was. So it's been a while since we've been here. It is brilliant to be back again. And certainly loving all the action that's been provided so far. Henk Kruger closing down on Van Dalen now. Kruger putting the pressure onto Van Dalen's tail. Behind them, a little bit of a gap down to Westman, as I said, but Westman will be looking to close that gap down as rapidly as possible, at least to try and find a way of getting a top 5 overall here, and possibly second in Class A. I can see just how awesome this track is. Left-handers and right-handers, short straights and long straights, high speeds for ZXNR Masters Cup riders, particularly up the hill towards turn 12 and 13. I'll be getting close to the 280-ish mark on these motorcycles up that back straightaway. Little wiggle there from Van Dalen's rear end. And Kruger will be seeing that and saying, oh, let's have a look and see how that back tyre is going to last right the way through. He comes up alongside as they go into the hairpin down at turn 6. It's all the way down into second gear for those motorcycles, sometimes into first, depending on the gearing that they're running. And into the dog bone section. Would have seen on our opening montage, we had an aerial shot of the dog bone at basically sort of a cartoon style-esque one side of what would be a dog bone if you drew it in a cartoon style. Hence the name for the dog bone at the bottom end of the circuit. McMahon is pulling away now from Agliotti, and Barson is closing on him. So battle for second is now being turned into a battle for third, as Hein McMahon looks like he's got what it takes here to get away and hopefully hang on to that second spot. I don't know if he's got the pace to catch Damien Purificati, who's absolutely flying around here at the moment. This is brilliant race action from the ZX10R Masters Cup, as we expected to see. Halfway stage is reached. Purificati onto the 156s. 159's coming out of McMahon, 59's out of Agliotti as well, and Barson. Everybody else is over the 2-minute bracket around the circuit. 4-kilometre circuit, 2 minutes to do 4 kilometres, means you're hauling. Heading down the short straight now towards the hairpin. Barson looking to close the gap down even more on Agliotti. Not quite there just yet though. Steel Monkey Man closing down on the Ridgeway Racing machine of Keith Agliotti. The two of them trying not to let the K9 law enforcement machine get away here with Hein McMahon on board. Not Not easy to do when McMahon has found a couple of tenths or so here and there, just to open up a little bit of breathing room between himself and third and fourth. Onto the back straight away, now they go. Little look over the shoulder there, McMahon just making sure that he's got enough breathing room there between himself and Agliotti. You see him climb on the brakes. He lifts up off the bike at 100, but then hard on the brakes at 50, and then into the chicane. Takes him across the line and completes another lap. It's 6 done now, 4 to go. Lap times at the moment still pretty much relatively the same as what they were. 59s out of the top 4, and 2-minute-ish laps from 5, 6 and 7. Vendalen is being closed down rapidly now, as you can see. The move has come from Trevor Westman. He's closed onto the back end of Henk Kruger. Kruger will be looking over his shoulder going, hang on a second, where did Killer come from? Well, he comes from Cape Town, and he's made his way to the front end pretty rapidly, but you'll hear from a lot of guys, this track has got some great taking opportunities, but you've got to be in the right spot at the right time to get those opportunities to work. And that's what Trevor Westman's busy setting up now. You'll probably see him come up close and personal down the short straight and then try and squeeze through. He goes a slightly wider line through the triple left-hander, that triple apex corner that's turn 5, and now watch for the drive down the straight. Short straight, he'll try and go late on the brakes. Same thing being done there by, in fact, maybe a little bit too late there from Henk Kruger. Yeah, he's run a little wide, and a big attempt to get through on Vendalen. I think what he wants to do is try and put Vendalen between himself and the killer, Westman, who's on his tail. Trevor Westman now is right there with the battle for 4 and 5. Sorry, beg your pardon, it's 5 and 6 place. James Barson is 4th, of course. And he's already closed up on the back end of Keith Agliotti for 3rd. We're watching 5, 6 and 7 go at it here as they go through the little flick towards turn 11. Uphill, off camber. Look at Westman. Watch for him to cut back now. Try and get the drive up the long straight. Maybe the short straight didn't work, but he'll try it now on the long straight. Go a bit further back there and pick up on the 76 bike there. That's Jacques Cruz. Tyron Piper having a bit of a fight on here as well. So we watch them go at it. Nice to see that as well. The little fights that unfold further back in the pack there. Piper looking for a chance here to keep out the 811 of Rob Ferreira. Ferreira slightly wider and maybe a cutback line being looked for here on the exit of the chicane to get through there on Tyron Piper. They're fighting for 13th and 14th place on the circuit at the moment. 3 to go as they head down into turn 1. Back to the battle here between Eddie Vendalen, Henk Kruger and Westman. Westman losing some ground there on that last lap. He's lost a little bit of breathing room. Oh, here we go. Eventually a late dive on the inside from Henk Kruger, and he's got through on Vendalen. He had to go high and wide the last time. This time he just set it up on the inside line perfectly. Timed the braking to perfection as well and gets through. So that moves Henk Kruger up ahead of Eddie Vendalen. Westman will be looking to do the same now. Try and pounce while the iron's hot if he can. Realising that might have just shaken Eddie Vendalen up ever so slightly. Damien Purificati just controlling things from the front by miles though. He's got a really comfortable margin as we watch these three come onto the back straightaway. Watch for Vendalen. He's got good speed down that back straightaway. Top end on Vendalen's bike is very good. Is it good enough to get back again? No, not quite. As they come through into the main straightaway and past our commentary position, you can see just in the background, you can hear in fact Purificati coming through turn 4 and 5. Damien Purificardi doing it all right at the front of this race, that is for sure. He can just roll off and just take it real easy over the next couple of laps to secure himself an opportunity of his first win, and it'll be back-to-back wins for him as well. Field have got 1.5 laps to go. If you're in this man's position, if you're coming across the line, you've still got 2 to go. Ian Harwood just going across the line in front of our commentary position, just out our window, as we watch Purificardi coming onto the main straightaway. That long back straight, not another motorcycle in sight. That's the gap he's been able to pull over everybody else in this field, including Agliotti and Hein McMahon. Agliotti might have got back ahead of Hein McMahon by the looks of things. We'll confirm that as he comes across the line. There goes Purificardi. So he will be onto his final lap. There we go. There's confirmation of it. Agliotti is back ahead of Hein McMahon, and Barson's in the mix as well. So we've got a Class B rider leading, 2 Class A riders on his tail, and a Class C rider in 4th place. So the top riders in each of the classes in that top 4. Agliotti will be looking to try and stay ahead now. He's not going to get the overall victory, but he wants that Class A victory. Making sure he keeps Hein McMahon behind him, or attempts to anyway. Out of 3 into 4. Barson closes down, puts a bit of pressure onto the back end of the number 4 bike. So McMahon now feeling the pressure from behind as he's attempting to attack the 31 bike ahead of him. Out of the triple apex left they go. You see Purificardi's already down into the dog bone. So Damo coming out of the dog bone through the little left flick, on his way to the first win of the day. Almost 24 seconds up the road from everybody else, so dominant ride here from Damien Purificardi. Back marker, had it been a slightly longer race, might have come into play, but I don't think it's going to worry Damien as he comes out of the chicane, heading to the checkered flag and race 1 victory. Flags out, little look over the shoulder just to make sure, and there you have it. Damien Purificardi takes race 1 win. Here is 2nd place, and it's very much up for grabs. Hein McMahon late on the brakes down into the chicane. Is he good enough? No, he's not. Agliotti using those EBC brakes to perfection to keep him out. The Ridgeway Racing Kawasaki is going to hang on ahead of that K9 law enforcement bike of McMahon as they come to the line. That is how close it is. Lovely stuff there between Agliotti and McMahon. Class A victory to Agliotti, 2nd overall for him, 3rd overall for McMahon, and the win in Class C going to James Barson as he comes through there to wrap up a good day's outing for him on the start of things too. So Barson wins out for Class C, beating Henk Kruger to the line, who hung on ahead of Van Dalen. Trevor Westman just sliding through there into 7th. Probably a little concerned about the pace of that bike, maybe going to be working on it in between the 2 heats. Reggie Seal ahead of Dirk Stoltz, and then Peter Delport will make up the top 10 overall in the ZX10R Masters Cup first heat of the day. Nice run there from the ZX10s. And a couple of riders still coming through to wrap up their day's racing. Is that Purificardi waiting just at the turnaround point? They don't make them do the full lap to come back to pit lane because they've got the kart circuit now built, and of course the short track here at Red Star Raceway that allows them to just cut across and get the motorcycles back into pit lane so we can continue with the program. There is confirmation. It's Purificardi from Agliotti and McMahon, Barson, Kruger and Van Dalen beating Westman and Reggie Seal. In 9th place to Dirk Stoltz, Peter Delport in 10th, 11th place was Byron Rothkoff, Renatus van Niekerk, Tyron Piper in 13th, Rob Ferreira ahead of Jacques Cruz. Harwood and Zitzman are your 17 riders completing the first race of the day. Class B goes to Pierre Vicardi. He wins overall ahead of Henk Kruger, and then down in 11th place was Byron Rothwell. Class A went to Keith Agliotti ahead of Hein McMahon and then Adi Van Dalen. In Class C was James Barson, quite a long way ahead of Reggie Seal, and an even longer way ahead there of Jacques Cruz for 3rd place and Harwood for 4th in Class C for ZXNR Masters Cup. So that's how we'll wrap up our first bit of race action here from the Extreme Festival of Motorsports Round 2. We have got a revised program, of course, so we're going straight into the Gazoo Racing SA Cup. Nice to see a nice big field of Toyota Corollas and 86s. They'll be out on track shortly to bring you all the action from their first heat of the day. Touring cars looking for the welcome return of a couple of drivers into the touring car field, namely Robert Volk. But down in pit lane, before we get out for the Gazoo Racing Cup, let's go and catch up with Nabil Abdul from Supersport.
Nice and sunny, race 1, what are you expecting?
Absolutely, great to be here at Red Star. It's been a while, so loving the circuit, loving the weather. It's really changed up and that, so it's going to help us out there today. Short 6 lappers, so I'm hoping I can hold Devon behind me and run away with it.
Good luck, Dad.
Thank you.
I like the way he put that. A short 6-lapper. A 6-lapper around here is still 24 kilometers of racing, but just to let you know. So it's not that short. Still a bit of work to be done there. But in terms of the battle, the one he's talking about, of course, is with Devon Scott in the dealer team Corolla, as opposed to the media team Corollas that Nabil Abdul will be in. Connor Weston is on pole, of course, for the 86s, and he's looking forward to maybe capitalising on that pole position and turning it into his first race victory. Let's see what his plans are.
Connor, race 1, what are you expecting?
Just got to keep it easy out there now. It's warmed up a lot from qualifying. Qualifying was just wet, so it's now a completely different driving style as well that I need to implement. Just being smooth and looking after the tyres because they do overheat very quickly, so we just need to nurture the car to the end.
Well, yeah, good luck, Dad.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Clearly, Connor Weston has taken his Auntie Natalie's advice there as opposed to his dad's. But I believe Dad is away in Durban with some other duties for all the kids in the Weston family. So we're missing the rest of the Weston family that were down in Cape Town for Connor's debut. But here on his second time of asking, putting it on pole position for the 86 Brigade at the front end. Of course, our 86s that run at the front end of Gazoo Racing, with Connor being the man that we're on board with, all come from either karting or development in the Gazoo Racing stable. So youngsters and rookies in this pack, which is really great to see. Kubus Reinecker, of course, the double victor from Cape Town, is in second place, and he'll be looking forward to a great battle with Connor Weston, possibly with Emma Dowling and Kian Fussell joining them as well. That's the plan. As the rest of that pack roll out, you're going to keep an eye out on, of course, our top man at the front end of the Corollas, and that is the man we chatted to there. That is Nabil Abdul, who outgunned Devon Scott in qualifying. So it's media versus the dealer team, and of course Devon Scott is one of our top Toyota Driving Academy pilots. So he's the man that teaches a lot of these drivers what to do and how to drive these cars correctly. Maybe he's taught Nabil a little bit too much because there's always an epic battle between the two of them. Theo Brits and Vanna Fentel behind that. Craig Nicholson is the second of our media contingent. He's down in 13th place, just ahead of Kumbi Chaka. And Kumbi on Cars will be looking forward to a great battle there with the News and Media 24 man, Craig Nicholson. Nicholson had an awesome debut down in Cape Town. And speaking of that debut, let's see what happened in Gazoo Racing in Cape Town. So GR Cup kicked off with the brand new 86s down into turn number 1, and it's Vatsi who was out front. Vatsi Makonyana just showing them the way around, and of course using a little bit of extra experience that she had over the last couple of seasons in a Gazoo 86, just leading the way initially. At the front end of the Corollas, we saw the debut, of course, of the brand new Corollas with the paddle shift boxes in them for the media team. And the original Corollas being handed across to the dealers. It was Devon Scott who managed to just outgun everybody down into turn 1 and keep Nabil Abdul at bay. But Abdul and him would be going at it almost all race long. At the front end, it was two ladies, Vatsi and Emma Darling, joined by Kobus Reinecker and Connor Weston for the front end of the 86s as they got into the mix for the very first time and put on an epic show. It was really testament to what Leroy Poultis chatted to us about in Cape Town. The man, of course, behind all of the preparation of the Gazoo Racing stable cars, and just showed you that rookies coming into this class from karting, definitely the way to go. By the time it all ended up, though, 86's first race went there to Reinecker, who led things out and controlled things from the front. Devon Scott doing a similar vein at the front end of the Corolla side and trying to keep the rest of the pack behind him. Some great battles raged there for race 1. As we're getting to race 2, of course, it was more of the same. This time, though, it was Kobus Reinecker who was looking to just capitalize right from the word go and get away from the pack, leaving Connor to fend off the two ladies as well as the rest of the new contenders coming into the 86 Brigade, being Kian Fusel, Spice Maiula, and Chipang Shinsinwana joining us as well. At the front of the Corollas, pretty much situation as per normal. The top two being Nabil Abdul and Devon Scott were side by side, but Vanna was in there as well. Vanna looking for a chance to try and get in there. Fenter and Theo Brits with a slightly better start in the second heat. Some fantastic race action all the way through. Saw chopping and changing. A couple of late dives, including this one. Sure, don't know where Craig Nicholson thought he was going, but he made a big look there and tried to squeeze through, finding a way through, but eventually forcing his compatriot onto the dirt. So just costing him a little bit dearly at the front end. Great start nonetheless to the season for Kobus Reinecker, who got the double win, and Devon Scott and Nabil Abdul getting the double win in each of their respective classes in the Gazoo Racing Stable GR Cup for 2026. We're on the warm-up lap now, back live here at Red Star Raceway. And as they start to get their heat into that Dunlop rubber, as you heard from a couple of the drivers, particularly from Connor, saying that the tyres in the slightly hotter can just nurture those tyres, get them through. Remember, majority of the field that run on Extreme Festival, of course, are all on Dunlop rubber. And the team from ATS Motorsport and Sumitomo Tyres, of course, doing a phenomenal job to shod all these cars and every single car that is here today. The motorcycles, of course, are the only ones who don't run on Dunlop rubber. They run, of course, on Bridgestone tyres. But here in Gazoo Racing, they definitely are running on the Dunlop rubber that is provided. Fantastic to see, as I said, some new contingent coming through from the media straight. We go on board here with Craig Nicholson for the start. This is the News and Media 24 car. Second, as they climb on the brakes, looks like it might be Nabil. Yeah, Nabil, who's got the whole shot. Nabil just outgunning both Devon. He's got the roller machine of Andries de Villiers right on his tail. Vanna Horn about to join that party. Nice dive on the inside. Oh, late dive there as well, coming from Andries de Villiers, trying to find a way through. Watching the 21 car come into play there. Watch out for Devon Scott, putting the pressure on almost instantaneously onto the back end of Nabil Abdul. Not going to let Abdul get into any comfort zone whatsoever. De Villiers comes out of the dog bone, just with a bit of breathing room there between himself and the car behind him, but a bit of space to catch between the car ahead of him and himself. So a bit of work to be done there. Coming out of the tricky right-hander, uphill, slightly off camber, as we saw with the bikes. Cars making it even more difficult as they get onto the long back straightaway now. Nabil Abdul with the new Corolla on his tail. Or the slightly older Corolla on his tail. The new Corolla, of course, is what he's driving. The media have got the new Corollas with the paddle shift. And now we're back to 86s. Out of turn 5 onto the short straight. Fight is on for third place. Emma Darling has joined that party. She's looking for a chance now to get into that third place battle and give the boys and girls at the front end a bit of a run for their money. Kian Fusel is just behind her as they come through and now head on to that short straightaway. So Weston leading things out. Not a car in sight there, you can see from his onboard looking straight down that short straight. No one to catch. He'll be watching those rearview mirrors because third place Emma Darling is on the move. But Kian Fusel is closing on her rapidly as well, trying to find a way past. You can see just how close it is between them. Right now Reinecker hangs on for second. Darling is third. We saw Emma Darling literally climb out of the car, climb into her hire car and head to the airport so she can go and do international duties at the FI and F1 Karting Academy. Did an amazing job there. Ooh, in the background you can see a bit of action as well. That's not the action on track though. That's from our drifters. They're entertaining the crowd here at the Red Star Raceway on the skid pan. Hopefully none of these cars will be skidding out. When you got here this morning though, a lot of people were concerned about the weather. It has dried up dramatically and the sun's out now big time. So sun's out, guns out at the front of this one. And we're expecting a bit of wetter conditions here throughout the day, but fortunately the weather gods have played into Connor Weston's hands as he looks in the rearview mirror, just making sure he's all cool, calm and collected heading into the chicane, and very smooth on the brakes into that braking point for turn 12 and 13. Behind that, it's the battle between Vatsiawa keeping Chipang out at the moment, and Mikos Haigli about to join them as well. So Hegi is about to get into the mix there with Chipang, Shinsenwana and Vatsiawa Makunwana. Late dive into one. Oh, that was very late. Exceptionally late. And it is getting up close and personal as Emma Darling finds her way through. Yes, she's got past. She's got her through on Kubis Reinecker and coming along for the ride. Oh, look at that. Side by side. Kian Fussel joining the party. Fussel gets forced wide ever so slightly there by Reinecker. But Emma Dowling has moved herself up into second place now. So Dowling just getting forceful down into turn 1 and getting through from third into second and finding a way past on Reinecker. Reinecker with not much of an answer there. Had to go defensive because Kian Fussel came along for the ride. He had to shut the door on Kian, and with that lost a little bit of ground there to the young lady as she came through to take second place. Now onto the short straight. You can see, oh, I like that. Kubis Reinecker flashing the lights, saying, come on, let's get a move on. We've got to get away from Kianya. He's right on my tail. So Emma Darling, you're up to second. Let's use that extra pace you found and let's try and close that gap down now on Connor. You would be seeing hand gesticulations if they were in their carts, but now they're using the lights of those cars as they come through the dog bone. On board once again here with Connor, looking back at some very smooth maneuvering as he gets through the dog bone section. Now heads through the left hand flick and up onto that right hander off camber uphill into the back straight. Fussel closes once again. Can he maybe make a maneuver here, get into the slipstream and make a pass on Kubis Reinecker, put Reinecker, the double victor from Cape Town, into trouble here and put him down into fourth place. They are also being closed in rapidly there by Spice Maula. Spice Maula is pushing hard to try and close that gap down as we go back into the Corollas once again. The roller car there, the number 19 machine of Marius Klaassen, now starting to get into the mix as well. Some battles right through the pack here as the 86ers go through on our commentary position. We continue to watch the action unfold here in the mid-pack of the Corollas. Dealers versus media here as they come onto that back straight away. The full car there of Kumbim Chaka under a bit of pressure. Devon Scott was a lot closer about 2 laps ago. And has he possibly squeezed through here? No, I think Nabil hangs on. No, Nabil has got the lead for sure. Nabil has got the lead here and hangs on to keep Devon Scott at bay. It's a big gap that's opened up between the two of them, and Theo Brits for third. Brits ahead of Vanna Fenter. Fenter just ahead there of Craig Nicholson and Kumbi. So a bit of a fight between the media contingent there, as you can see. The new Corolla's working really well. Nicholson showing you just how well they are working as he sits in third place in the media challenge. Right now, it also put him in 5th place overall between the media and dealer team cars. Corollas are very similar, just the gearbox differences between them. One being the manual shift, one being the paddle shift machines. And just over the 220 kilowatt mark in terms of power output on those Corollas. They're stock standard. They're GR Corollas that you can buy literally off the showroom floor. Hence the reason why a lot of the dealers have got representation here with their dealer team cars in the mix. It's phenomenal to see how well this GR Cup has been working. It is really a great bit of leveraging of some sponsorship that Toyota have done to get the media involved, to get their dealers involved, and to bring through some of the top contenders in the youth of motorsport, give them a chance and a shot to run in some very well prepared 86s out of the Toyota Racing stable. Gazoo Racing, of course, renowned in motorsport all around the world. No matter where you go in any form of motorsport, Toyota Gazoo Racing are involved. They are at the front end and usually winning championships. Speaking of the front end, this battle is now starting to get pretty real, as you can see there. Nicholson trying to close the gap down, as Craig does that as he gets onto that back straightaway. We go back to the 86s down into turn number 1. They've got 2 more laps to go. Reineck has lost that ground now to Dowling. Dowling just keeping him at bay. In fact, I think it might have changed up. No, it's changed up. Dowling has dropped back to 3rd. So Reineck has found a way back again. Apologies on that one, just picking up on the wrong wing mirrors there. But it's now... Oh, and a slip and slide out of turn 5. Completely out of shape there. And just trying to pick up... It's Fussel. It's Kian Fussel who spun out. Kian Fussel who spun out there at turn 3. He's stuck in the middle of the track trying to get the car fired up again. Fortunately, it's not that much a gap for the second pack of 86s to go through. But it is costly there for Kian Fussel, because he's now about to be caught by the Corollas. They're on their way to him. So we now see Connor Weston leading things out. It's Kobus Reinecker in 2nd place. 3rd place is Emma Dowling. She's got a bit of breathing room. And she'll have Spice Maula right on her tail now, with Vatsiawa and Chipang joining the party. Watch for the second group. Here they come. Emma. Then it's Vatsi. Spicy right behind her, putting the pressure on. Fussel would have been there, but no longer there anymore. So it's the yellow liveried machine there of Spice Maula, who's just ahead of Chipang Chinchinwana. 2 of them coming out of the Gazoo Racing karting stable. Amazing to see the work that's been done there to bring these youngsters up into this 86 Cup, part of Gazoo Racing's SA Cup. And a chance now to see what they can do in slightly bigger go-karts, because these rear-wheel drive cars basically are similar to what they drive in their karting championships. Down on the brakes into the final turn for the second last time. Connor Weston has to hang on for about 4 kilometers and about 400 meters. So if he can do that, he'll be looking for his first victory here in Gazoo Racing GR Cup in the 86 side of it. Reinecker in 2nd. Dowling still hangs on to 3rd. Love this race action that we've been provided here. Top quality stuff in amongst our Gazoo Racing GR Cup contenders. And the 86 is led out by Connor Weston literally from the word go. He has not been bedded. Reinecker is still in that 2nd spot, but you can see Kobus now putting a bit more pressure onto Connor. Connor's starting to realize that maybe those tyres, yeah, you can see it. The tyres are starting to feel the effects now of the 6 laps here out here on Red Star Raceway. Ran slightly wide, but fortunately so did Kobus. The 2 of them taking a slightly different line there now, with the slightly more used rubber on the car. On the brakes on the last lap here. And into turn 6 goes Weston, followed by Reinecker, followed by Dowling. Vatsi still keeping Riachile and Chipang behind them. Then Miklos. Nabil Abdul, fastest man on track at the moment, and still leading things out in terms of the media versus dealer team challenge in the Corollas. Kian Fussel's actually got between himself and Devon Scott, so that's going to help Nabil out ever so slightly. Now as we come down into the closing stages, it's literally that big long back straightaway, and it's an attempt here. You can see just from the different line that Kobus Reinecker took through that corner to close up and maybe use the slipstream. He's flashing his lights at Connor, trying to maybe get his attention and throw his attention off slightly, but it's not going to work. He flashed the lights, but Reinecker's not going to be able to get through. Connor was well aware of what to do at that point, and he's done it all right, literally from the word go. Coming across the line for the first victory, Connor Weston. joins a very elite part of South African motorsport and takes a victory in Gazoo Racing's 86 Cup. You can see how happy he is on board there. Kobus Reinicker in second, Emma Dowling in third, and Vatsiawa in fourth. So we got two ladies in the top four. Nice thumbs up there, and a great dice, as you can see there, being appreciated. Coming to the line, of course, Nabil Abdul will take the victory in the media contingent. Devon Scott comes through for the win in the dealer team. So it's Devon Scott ahead of Theo Brits. Vanna Fenter and Craig Nicholson coming through to the line now. Looks like Nicholson might be there for either second or third place in the media challenge for GRSA Cup. Once again, Toyota Gazoo Racing doing an amazing job. Bits and pieces of some of the cars there, just off the back end. The rear splitter there on the number 4 car of Kumbi. Must have been a little light rubbing his racing incident somewhere on track there. Possibly between himself and Andries de Villiers. See a couple of the slower cars also just rolling out of the way there, letting the quick cars come through to finish up exactly where they are. Let's have a look and see how it finished up. As you can see, Connor Weston still in disbelief, taking the victory over Kobus Reinicker and Emma Dowling. And then it was Spice Maula who just beat Vatsiawa to the line there in the closing stages. About half a second between the two of them. Then Chipang Shinshinwana. Then we got Nabil Abdul, who took the victory in the press side of things, the media, winning out over Craig Nicholson and Kumbi Mchaka with Justin Ford behind that. And then, as you can see in the dealer teams, it was Devon Scott ahead of Theo Brits, Vanna Fenter, Marius Klaassen, and Jaco Barrense, who made up the top 5 in our first outing for Gazoo Racing's GR Cup. So as they roll back down into pit lane, we'll try and catch up with a couple of those drivers if we can. See if we can get their heads up on their first outings. But from here on out, of course, we move from Gazoo Racing. We're heading into the Touring Cars and South African Touring Car Cup, Super Cup. So Touring Cars and Super Cup will be rolling out pretty shortly for their first heat of race action. In fact, it's not touring cars. We've had a revised, a second revision to the program, Paul. I don't know if you got it, but Investchem MSA4 are up next, according to what I've just been sent. So it looks like there's been a revision to the standings for... so it's not touring cars that are up next. It's now MSA4 who will be making their run to the circuit with the Formula Ford Kents. Touring cars and Super Cup will be 2 races from now, after Astron Energy Polo Cup. So there is a second revision to today's racing program. And up next is MSA4 and Formula Ford Kent.
Pascal, we're here at Red Star.
All right, so we're down in pit lane there, catching up with Gianna Pascal before she heads out for her first heat for MSA4. Let's see what G's plans are.
So excited, expecting to move up the ranks, just feeling good, and yeah, just really excited, can't wait. Thank you.
John, of course, is one of a couple of lady drivers that are part and parcel of MSA4. It was great to catch up with her there, but of course, Anastasia Gerassis will be there as well, and Simpiwe will be joining her as well. So, a couple of lady drivers coming out of the karting fraternity and stepping up into the brand new MSA4 category. And once again, I can't say enough of what an amazing job the team down at InvestChem and WCT have done. Along with a whole bunch of other people that have been involved, of course, in the development of this category. But Ian Schofield particularly is the man I want to give the shout out to, because the amount of effort that he's put in behind the scenes to grow the field of MSA4 to what we're about to see go out onto track is testament to the effort that was put in from him and his team behind the scenes over the last season and a half. It's grown from about 8 or 10 cars to almost 22 cars on the grid now, and looking forward to seeing them all go to battle here at Red Star Raceway. They, of course, got an opportunity to race at Red Star Raceway last year as part of their championship because of the revised championship calendar that they were given to get them out onto track for their first outing as a official single-seater championship in Motorsport South Africa. So they have got a little bit more experience when it comes to time on track compared to a couple of the other rookies in other classes here today. But needless to say, the rookies in these MSA4 cars are going to find this circuit pretty daunting. Speaking of daunting, let's go and have a look and see exactly what happened down in Cape Town in the opening round, and see exactly how things turned out there from MSA4's welcome return to the Mother City. Conditions were probably ideal, other than a big tailwind down towards turn 1 as we kick things off for 2026 into turn 1 with Marco Besaidenout leading things out. Right on his tail there was Renzo Ribeiro, looking for opportunities right from the word go to get to the front of this pack. And as you can see, it is a slightly bigger and certainly more healthy and junkier field of MSA4s that made their way down to the Mother City to start things off for 2026. Battles right through the field that saw a couple of chopping and changing happening throughout the day. Liam Palone being involved there as well, and fantastic to see some improvements coming out of Karabo Malamela as he gets to grips with a brand new car. Malamela was one of the top runners, of course, in the previous championship as they ran under the Formula 1600 banner, and had a couple of epic battles that we saw him go at on numerous occasions. But a lot of these guys and girls have not had an opportunity to quite get the pace of these cars sorted just yet, but they will certainly have by now, having had a couple of times to get in the cars in between that race 1 win from Marco Besaidenout. And once again, he led into turn 1. Malamela got a slightly better start. Renzo had some issues, and a couple of cars down into turn 1 running high and wide with a couple of incidents, and a couple of cars running completely off track. Anastasia Gerassis, I think, was one of them that ran off the circuit, and a couple of those cars ended up on the sidelines, which was a little concern initially. We were expecting to see either a safety car at some point. Big moves coming through from a couple of the seasoned campaigners in the class as well, with Srinadu showing the way through. And then by the end of the day, it was literally a double victory. Plain sailing there. Will it be more of the same in this particular outing? We'll have to wait and see. And plain sailing further back in the Formula Ford Kent Category 2 for Ian Schofield. Man we've just been chatting about, and the man who's put this all together, of course, from a single-seater point of view. He took the victory ahead of Van Wheelie, and a good effort there as well from him to beat out Rick Morris for the first outing for the Formula Ford Kent class. So that's how things were and wrapped up in Cape Town at the first round. We stand by now for cars to make their way onto the circuit for round 2 here at Red Star Raceway in Mpumalanga, South Africa. As you can see, the field has got even more healthy as it made its way here to Mpumalanga, South Africa, for Red Star Raceway's round of the Extreme Festival. A couple of new contenders getting into some new cars out there. Still quite a bit of development to be done on these cars. Teams that have been working with them and had opportunities to test with their drivers. Still working out the chinks and the nitty-gritty that has to go into prepping the now Volkswagen-based engine plant behind the wheels of these rear-wheel machines. Halo type device on these cars, giving the cars a very similar look to what Formula 4 have got internationally. So the stepping stone for a lot of these drivers is a lot easier now, coming from this form of motorsport to moving into international prospects, which a whole bunch of these drivers, of course, will be looking to do, and to take on the mantles that South African motorsport have done in the past in single-seaters as well as in our saloon car type drivers. Great to see also some development coming from an international point of view from the Gazoo Racing team. Joining that is Akil Alibai, who is a man who certainly set the pace yesterday in a lot of the sessions, and will be looking to try and get to the front end of this race and maintain the pace he found yesterday at the front end of the field. Of course, with some international experience, he's certainly using that experience and the technical understanding that he's got from that international experience to be put into place now as one of the most technical and probably analytical drivers in the pack of MSA4 contenders. He'll be, of course, partnered up there in his Gazoo Racing team with Chase Haskins. And Chase Haskins, of course, probably one of the youngest drivers on the grid as well, but certainly looking to make his mark in this pack as relatively quickly as possible, and joining the likes of the lady we spoke about, Anastasia Gerasis, as part of that team, and looking to try and be a dominant force in that team, not only here but with some international prospects coming in the very near future. So I think we need to keep an eye out on those three drivers particularly, and see whether or not they can possibly become the drivers to watch for in this little battle as it unfolds here at Red Star Raceway. They come to take up their positions now for race one. As you can see them lining up here, it's going to be a bit of a fight on, I think, for the front of this pack. Just want to shoot down to how they qualified this morning. There we go. Thanks, Paul. Shrin Naidu, Akil Alibai, Mikel Besaidnote and Renzo Ribeiro are the front row. So Shirin and Akil showing that little bit of extra experience from the international experience that I spoke about that Akil has got. But of course Shirin and Michael Besaidnote and Renzo all having time in the saddle last year, along with Karabo Malamela, I beg your pardon, will be looking to try and be the front end of this field. Peter Badoli with a slightly improved performance ahead of Ken Swartz, as we are now under starters orders. 5-second board, changes to lights on, and here we go, down towards, Poleman not getting the start he wanted. That is definitely not what Shirin wanted. Shirin dropping down into about 5th or 6th place there by the looks of things, but a fantastic start nonetheless there from Akil Alibai alongside him. Somebody losing the nose cone on the front row as well there, and having to now take evasive action will be the Kent class as they head down towards it. So it looks like somebody just caught the back end of the car and lost the front nose cone. Now, I chatted to Casey Ensor Smith on in the week, and he was saying if you lose the nose cone on one of these cars, the air conditioning turns up dramatically and the aerodynamics goes away completely. So the nose cone is quite an important factor on this car, and we'll try and pick up exactly which one of them. I didn't quite hear who it was in there, but watch out for the one. Let's have a look and see as they come onto that short straight now. I'm trying to pick up on exactly which one of those cars, but definitely a nose cone went flying down into turn 1 as they climbed on the anchors. But Akil Alibi leads things out at the moment. So Alibi is showing us the way around. 4 now. Can he keep it all together at the front end? That's it. There we go. Oh, it's that car. It looks like it might be. Oh, just trying to pick up exactly the number on that machine. There we go. It's that one. It's Nzalo Corza who's lost it, unfortunately. So it's the pink and white car as opposed to the red and white. But God, as I said, under the sun, pink, white, and pink, red, and orange all look the same, especially if you catch it on a slight angle of our cameras. But Nzalo Corza now is definitely going to have a huge amount of work to do, a bit more than what he expected, because without that front nose cone, he's going to have a lot of understeer. Akil Aliba leads out over Michael Besaidnot. Karabo Malamela. Look at the pressure. Oh, late braking from Renzo Rivera trying to find a way through, and wasn't quite able to make it stick as they come across the line for the first time. Pushing hard to find a way through there on Bedoli, and Guido Bedoli is just keeping his nose out of trouble, moving himself up from about 8th place to 4th in the space of 1 lap. Shirin Naidu is on his tail of Renzo Ribeiro, the man who lost out from pole, down to 6th. Haskins, what a start. Chase doing an amazing job there. Leads things out in terms of the younger drivers in this pack. As I said, one of the youngest drivers there, already up into 7th place ahead of Liam Palome. Then Bianco Furi ahead of Gianna Pascal. We spoke to Gianna just before this one. She's got Anastasia right on her tail, and then Adam Kaji. And then Simpiwa and Tlalo right on their tail. So Nzalo Corza is actually putting the pressure onto the back end of Simpiwe, as we saw that last shot of the noseless front end of Nzalo Corza's car. So at this point in time, it is Akil Aliba trying to get away from everybody else and doing a pretty decent job of it. Nzalo's pulled to the side. He realizes that without that nose cone, it's going to be a very difficult car to drive. That's one of the reasons maybe he's just pulled to the side and decided to call it a day for now. Metal U Spares machine there of Renzo Ribeiro putting the pressure onto the 68 car of Guido Bedoli. But out front, oh, what an amazing run so far for the Kokora Racing team. They are out in front flying ahead of Michael Besaidnot and Karabo Malamela. So doing an amazing job there. Very much the international single-seater experience coming into play here for Akil Aliba. Besaidnot looking for a 3rd victory in a row if he can get it. He has to catch and pass Akil if he wants that. There's how you do it. Catch and pass into the final chicane from Renzo. Ribeiro moves up and squeezes through to get ahead of the 68 machine of Guido Bedoli. Renzo up ahead of Guido. Guido now with big pressure being applied by Shirin Naidu. Shirin Naidu putting the pressure onto the back end, and looks like Naidu once passed. And Production X car is putting massive amounts of pressure onto Bedoli now that he's been squeezed out by Renzo. Kent category. Foss closing onto the back end. Ian Schofield, Nick Van Wheelie behind that, and then Rick Morris. So that's how that all pans out for now as they cross the line with 6 to go for their side. 8-lap race here, 2 done, 6 to go for the Kent class. In the background as well there for Nzalo Corza. As I said, he's pulled to the sideline, so he'll just be dropping by the wayside. I think we also lost Kanya Manyanjana on that first lap too. So the Formula Ford Kent category driver, unfortunately dropping right to the back of the pack. But Van Wheelie now feeling a little bit of pressure there. It's Rick Morris who's applying the pressure now that he's been outgunned ever so slightly there by Van Wheelie, so he wants to come back at him. Besaidnot in 2nd place for the Huawei team. Nice run there from Michael Besaidnot. He'll be looking to try and close things down here if he can to that leading car of Akil Aliba. Keep an eye out as well on Jurasis. Anastasia's at the back of this pack, so it's quite a nice spread, even though it's all the way down this back straightaway. The spread of cars is not that big as what we saw in Cape Town. Shiren now, late dive, or maybe a little bit too late. No, he makes a stick, can you believe that? Shiren with such a late dive gets through and forces Bedole back one position again. Guido coming back at him though. Shiren goes defensive. Guido's got the inside line for turn 1. Just tucks in behind. Shiren running wide. I think that's the reason why he tucked in. He realized Shiren might have gone into turn 1 a little bit too hot, but he was still able to make a turn. So good driving there from Shiren Naidu, now making up ground. The pole man dropped down to 8th, now up into about 4th or 5th place. He's got Guido behind that, Chase Haskins and Palomi behind that, of course, and then it's Bianco Ferri. That's how it stands at the moment for the charge of MSA4 at the front of the pack. Shiren might have got through, but the pressure is not being lifted yet from Guido. And Haskins is closing. Chase Haskins is closing onto the back end there of Guido Bedole. Palome not too far behind that. You can see Liam Palome slowly but surely closing the gap down on those three. There's a bit of a gap now that's opened up with Bianco Ferri. And then Gianna Pascal, Anastasic, Jurasis, Adam Kaji. And I think still there in 13th is Sipiwe, yeah. So the three lady drivers not too far apart from each other there in the second pack of MSA4s on circuit. The Cora Racing team are having a fantastic run here at the front end. You've got the lead car of Akila Levi, and down the way here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 7th place, Chase Haskins doing an amazing job. So with a little bit of maneuver to be done here to get through on that 68 car. Let's see what he can do to keep Bedole in his grasp and in his sights. Chase putting the pressure on there. So we're working hard here, keeping it all together as well. So, apologies on that one. It's Palome, not Palome. So, apologies there. There we go. It's Palome, who is the man we were chatting. Oh, is that Michael Besaidnote? I think that might be Besaidnote is looped out there. I just saw the Huawei colours, and I think it might be Michael Besaidnote that they're passing there, coming through. Yeah. So, problems there for Michael Besaidnote, or is it just one of the back markers? No, it might be one of the back markers. Apologies on that one. Very similar colours there. Probably Alex Foss, who potentially has spun out there. But just saw in the foreground there one of the white cars, and it was a lead bunch that had just gone through there. So, of course, if it had been a yellow car, I would have said possibly Akila Levi, but no, he's still leading things out. So it might have just been one of the lead cars at the front end. There's the man we've just been chatting about. And yes, once again, apologies there. We'll eventually get it all right in terms of pronunciations of the surnames and the teams. But Liam Palome doing an amazing job. Needless to say, looking for an opportunity to be at the front end. It's the 44 car that's out. So the 44 car there, unfortunately, out of this one. That is... I'm trying to pick up who that is. Oh, that's Kanya. Yeah. Kanya Makanjani, unfortunately, out of this one. There is Malamela Karaba for the InvestChem team, looking for a podium here at least with 3 to go. Has he got what it takes to maybe just close that gap down on Besaidnote? Besaidnote is watching Akila Levi get away, and he's got no answer to Akil's pace. Akila Levi doing it all right at the front end. Back to the pack of Kent category cars. That's Rick Morris closing in on back of Van Wheelie. They want to try and catch Alex Foss, who's just up the road. You just saw him go through shot there. So he's second on the road behind Ian Schofield for the Kent class. So So the Kent category cars fighting just as hard as anybody else out on track as well. Also, they'll be watching in their rearview mirrors. I don't know if there's enough time, with only being an 8-lap race, for the lead MSA4 cars to catch the back of the Kent category. I think there might be a big enough gap there for them to have their own little race, even though they are split by a couple of seconds on the start line procedures here today. So Besaidnout now trying to close things down on our leader, but doesn't seem to have an answer. He comes in amongst that. That is the Huawei cars. That's what caught me out. So there's the two Huawei cars that were in question there. You can understand why I got them slightly wrong. Should have looked at the helmet though, I suppose. It would have been easier. Yeah, so Kanye just been caught and passed. Now, as I said that, I've just put my commentator's curse on myself there, saying that they won't catch the back end of the field, but they only caught them because of the spin. I think if he hadn't spun, he wouldn't have been caught. Killer Levi now down into the final chicane. He'll be coming to take, I think, the second last lap, or penultimate lap. Yeah, 2 to go. 2 laps to go now for Killer Levi. 2 to go for Michael Besaidnout and for Malamela to try and catch Michael Besaidnout. Renzo still hangs on to 4th place ahead of Shiren Naidu, Guido Bedole and Chase Haskins. Malamela has bridged the gap slightly, but it's not enough, I don't think, especially in these last 2 laps, to close and pass the man in 2nd place. He will also have to worry about a little bit extra pace being shown here in the closing stages, just behind him from Renzo, as well as Shiren. Shiren and Renzo are going to try and work together now, close the gap down on Karabo Malamela there, that red and black Investchem car, down towards turn 6. Nice aerial shot here of our leading Kent car. That is Schofield crossing the line with 2 to go. And a big margin over Alex Foss for 2nd. So Foss now, there you can see them. 1 out of turn 1, 1 into turn 1. That's the gap between 1st and 2nd in the Kent category. About to get up into that turn 1 corner will be 3rd place Nick Van Wheelie. As we go back up aboard. And we're almost right on top of Ian Schofield's helmet there from our drone team. Here we go, about to start the final lap now for Akila Levi. Kakura Racing out front and looking for their first victory of the season. If Akila Levi can get that one, he'll be certainly fired up for it. So he comes out of turn 2. Past the stricken car there of Nzala Khoza, unfortunately losing that nose cone. We found out doing an interview with Casey Ensel Smith, last year's champion, saying that if you lose the nose cone on these cars, there's absolutely nothing you can do to try and turn them. It's very difficult to turn these cars without the nose cone. And as I said earlier in the commentary, the air conditioning gets turned up relatively quickly because literally the wind blows straight into the cockpit. So it makes it a very difficult car to drive. Onto the brakes into 6 for the final time. And it's pretty much plain sailing for Akila Levi. He's actually rolled off ever so slightly in terms of lap times on those last 2 laps to maintain and look for his first victory of 2026. Second place has pushed hard, but unfortunately hasn't quite had the pace that Akila Levi has found this weekend at Red Star Raceway. And Michael Besaidnout was looking for 3 out of 3. He's going to have to settle for 2nd place. He's got enough breathing room ahead of Karabo Malamela though to hold on to that 2nd place though. And Malamela, I think, will have just enough to keep out the charge coming from Renzo in the background. There you can see that battle just in the background of the shot as they come into the final chicane. So there you have it. First win for Kokora Racing. Fantastic run here from Akila Levi. And he'll be a happy man, securing their first victory ahead of the championship leader. He will maintain the lead of the championship with that second place as well. Will Michael Besaidnote ahead of Karabo Malamela, Renzo Rivero, and the poleman, Srinadu, eventually getting back to 5th place overall after a hard-fought battle through the pack. Not going according to plan on the start line there, unfortunately, for Shirin. But I'm sure he'll be looking to try and change his luck later on this afternoon as we get into Heat 2 of MSA4 and the Formula Ford Kents. Good run from Nick Van Wheelie and Rick Morris as well, but it's not anywhere near this man's pace as Ian Schofield continues on his merry way, heading towards the checkered flag for the Kent class. He's down in the dog bone at the moment. Slowly but surely gone about the job here at Red Star Raceway. As I said, a massive force behind South African motorsport, behind the wheel of that car, Ian Schofield. Not only the overall sponsor of MSA4, but looks after a whole bunch of drivers in the category as well. Has a whole bunch of drivers involved in the touring cars, so knows exactly what it means to put his money where his mouth is, and also how to drive a car, because certainly in the Formula Ford Kent there is not a lot of guys who can outgun this man when he's on form, and today he certainly is. Victory going to go to the Investchem car of Ian Schofield. Alex Voss will be not too far down the road for second place. Here he comes for a second place in the Kent class, and third place should be Nick Van Wheelie, as he's kept out Rick Morris all the way from the UK. Another man who comes from international pastures to come and play with us every single time Kent category cars are on circuit. There's unofficial results, of course. Akila Levi, Michael Besaidnote and Karabo Malamela, your top three, beating Renzo Rivera, Shuren Naidu, Peter Badoli. Good run from Chase Haskins, his best finish so far in MSA4 in 7th. Beats out Liam Palome, Bianco Fari in 9th. And then the battle between Anastasia Jurasis and Adam Kaji, won out by Anastasia, so a nice run from her. Simpiwe getting through there in the closing stages. I don't know what happened there with Gianna Pasquale in the last lap, but she dropped right down into 17th place, so must have made a mistake because she was right up there with Simpiwe and Mutlatlo. So fantastic, or Makanyani I should say. Nice effort there from all of our drivers in MSA4 and Formula Ford Kent to wrap up their first heat of the day's race action. As we move now from race action from single-seaters into Polo Cups. Polo Cup will be out on circuit in a few moments' time for their first heat. And Astron Energy, as you can see there, on board with Shin Rajpal, looking forward to a big battle amongst these cars as they celebrate 30 years of Polo Cup in South Africa. So up next is Astron Energy Polo Cup, and before we get into race action, let's go and catch up with a couple of the contenders at the front end of this field.
Christopher, race 1, excited, what you expecting?
Yeah, very excited. Much better results than Cape Town so far. I'm expecting to hang around where I am, maybe even possibly get into the top 5.
And the weather turned out alright, so...
Yeah, a little bit disappointed in rain. I really enjoy the rain, but play the cards we are given.
Cool, well, good luck. See you in race 2.
Thank you.
Yeah, Chris Tate, of course, last year's Rookie Cup champion, moving up into the Volkswagen Motorsport squad for 2026's 30th anniversary. Srin Rajpal had a phenomenal outing yesterday. He was right at the front end of the field for a long time. Unfortunately, also had some issues right in the closing stages, which dropped him down into 9th place overall for qualifying. The top 6 was split big time, but only by a couple of hundredths of a second between Charles Smallberger, who's on pole position, and Hannes Schiepers alongside him. Mara Deleuze, Milan Emsley and Roshan Goodman all pushing hard in their respective cars. Let's go and catch up now with another one of our youngsters, Milan Emsley.
Milan, race 1, excited? What you expecting?
Yeah, super excited. Did a lot better in quali, so I'm expecting a hectic but amazing battle in the front. Got some good people around me, so we'll see how it goes.
Weather's played its part, sunny, not raining.
Yeah, I'm quite glad about it. I wasn't too sure this morning, but the sun's out now, and I think we're going to have a very, very hot race, to be honest.
Sun's out, guns out. Good luck, eh?
Thank you, I appreciate it.
Yeah, sun's out, guns out. I do like that, eh? But when it comes to Polo Cup, you don't want the guns out. These guys and girls definitely go fighting with all guns blazing when it comes to the sport that we love so much in Polo Cup. We also watch out for, of course, some changes in the top end of the field from qualifying as opposed to warm-up. Roshan Goodman had a slightly better warm-up this morning. Björn Bortold also looking to be at the front end of this field. Let's see what his plans are for race 1.
Race 1, what you expecting?
After a bit of a disappointing qualifying, I'm hoping I can replicate what I did in Cape Town and make a couple positions up as we went from 14th to 7th in Cape Town. I don't think it's unrealistic to opt for the same result or something similar to leave us in a better position to start race 2.
Car going well, it's not raining.
Look, I was hoping for a bit of rain today. Car's been perfect, the team have set it up perfectly. Just struggled with the track a bit as there hasn't been Polo Cup here since I've been in the series. But yeah, a bit of rain would have been nice to spice things up.
Yeah, well, good luck. See you.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
I like the way Bjorn put that in terms of saying that he was looking for a bit of spice with the rain. I can tell you this track in the rain is pretty spicy, bud, so I don't know if you want to be having that. Our second onboard camera, of course, here is with John Kruger, who was one of our top contenders in the Masters category yesterday, but also, unfortunately, just lost out in the final qualifying to Wayne Masters, who, of course, has become the Masters master of the Masters. Difficult man to beat in the Masters category, but he'll be looking forward to a good battle. That man has had a spectacular start to his season with the perfect weekend down in Cape Town. Hannes Schiepers will be looking to do more of the same now. Let's see what his plans are for Red Star.
Hannes, race 1, you excited? What you expecting?
Yeah, super stoked. I'm expecting quite a tough race with Scholl being in front and having some serious pace. So plan would be to get in front as quickly as possible and just try and keep him behind me.
Are you preferring the heat and no rain, or would you
I would have actually preferred some colder weather and maybe a slight drizzle, but yeah, we'll take it as it comes now.
Yeah, well, good luck. See
Thank
race
you.
2.
Thank you.
Amazing to see how many drivers have said that they'd liked if it had been raining as opposed to the dry and warm conditions we've got now. I do know that they do take a little while to get the temperature up into those tyres because they're not allowed to run tyre warmers on those Dunlops. So it takes about, I'd say probably about 2 laps, 8 Ks of race action to bring those tyres into their own. And once they're in their own, they can handle pretty much anything that these youngsters and girls and guys can throw at them in Polo Cup. But the interesting factor there is that almost every single driver we spoke to in that pre-race was saying that they would prefer to be in wet weather or drizzle conditions. Maybe that's a bit of a leveler in terms of the race and pace that was found yesterday during the practice sessions and yesterday afternoon, of course, in qualifying. Remember, with qualifying with this class, they run a qualifying session and then they take the top 6, invert them, and they do a Super Pole shootout. And that's what determines race 1's grid as they now all roll out of the pre-race area here at Red Star Raceway and onto the circuit for the first time. Keep an eye out as well in that backpack for battles amongst the usual contenders in the Masters category. We saw a massive improvement coming out of Elio Mussolini and out of Mike Barbaglia in Cape Town, and they've continued that similar vein here at Red Star Raceway, being in that top 5 hunt along with the usual contenders of Derek Smallberger, Wayne Masters, as I mentioned, and our cameraman John Kruger. So I think we're going to see a little bit of a fight on our hands here, not only in the Cup class, but in the Masters category as well. And remember, with them, they are split by a couple of meters on the grid, 2 separate starts. You get the Cup class starting, and about 15 to 20 seconds later, you will get to see the Masters category getting off the line. So as I said, we're into the 30th anniversary edition of Polo Cup. Incredible to think that 30 years ago we were riding around various circuits in what was originally the Polo Classic. But let's go and have a look and see exactly what happened in Cape Town, though, before we get into the history of the Polo Cup. History that happened in Cape Town's opening round, of course, saw Roshan Goodman with an incredible run at the front end. But as I said, it was a perfect weekend being looked for by the man who was fastest in qualifying, then fastest in the Super Pole, and Hannes Schippers quickest into turn 1 as well, as he led things out into turn 1 with Roshan Goodman right on his tail. It was a good start coming from the rest of the pack, looking for Jaden Goosen in the AA car. Unfortunately, didn't quite have the qualifying he wanted to try and make his way through a very difficult mid-pack of cars, including the likes of a couple of the Volkswagen Rookie Cup contenders who jumped up into the top 6 right from the word go in Josh Moore and Mara Deleuze. Goodman round the outside into Cape Town corner, started to look early on for a way past the leader, but couldn't quite get there, and it was all about Hannes Schippers just maintaining the gap. Charles Smallberger started to come into the mix as well. We'll see a little bit of him today because he's at the front end of the field. But at the end of race 1, it was the doctor from Dainfern who took it ahead of Roshan Goodman. His teammate made it 1 and 3 with Shrin Rajpal coming through there for the boys from KwaZulu-Natal. The Banana Boys showing the Cape Town Massive and Gauteng's contingent the way around the Cape Town circuit. Roshan started from pole position in race number 2 and looked to try and get to the front end. But once again, it was Schippers who came round his outside and outgunned him for the whole shot into turn 1. They were side by side, literally for that whole shot opportunity. Couple of little rubs and nudges through the mid-pack as they came out of turn 1 and headed up towards Cashel Corner, turn 2 at the Killarney International Raceway. And onto the brakes, you can see already a couple of cars were looking left, right and centre for a chance to squeeze through. The Masters category dominated initially by Derek Smallberger, and then Wayne Masters coming through to share the honours on the day there between the two of them. But at the front end of the field, it was the perfect weekend being sought. Unfortunately, just outgunned ever so slightly during the mid part of the race by Roshan Goodman, who got ahead of Hannes Schippers. But it wasn't too long before Schippers eventually found his way back to the front end and would then try and hang on to take it to the line. Further back in the pack, Shrin Rajpal was keeping everybody else at bay, including Nirav Singh, who had some attentions being shown there by the Puma car of Josh Moore. And side-by-side action all the way through the pack as we expected, eventually ending up in tears where we saw a big incident with some youngsters involved. Moore was one of them, Jaden Goosen was the other, but eventually as the checkered flag came out for race 2's honours, it was the perfect weekend, and Dr. Hannes Schippers comes to Red Star Raceway with a pole position, a super pole position, 2 race victories in the bag and the championship lead in the Polo Cup Championship for 2026. So he'll be looking to improve ever so slightly on his qualifying and his super pole, where he eventually ended up in 2nd place overall and behind the hard-charging Charles Smallberger for the Sabertech team. Smallberger probably with a little bit more experience around this track than possibly Hannes Schippers has got. Mara Deleuze doing an amazing job. The rookie from last year up into the top 3 with Josh Moore alongside him. So it's 2 rookies on the 2nd row of the grid. Milan Emsley, who we just chatted to now in pre-race, looking forward to a big battle there with his teammate out of Team Red, who make up 5 and 6 and the 3rd row of the grid. So it's going to be a pretty spectacular battle at the front end of this field. And the 30th anniversary edition of Polo Cup has already proven to be pretty awesome in terms of action provided in the mother city and round 1 of the championship. They make their way around the dog bowl, up onto the back straight away now, trying to get a little bit of extra heat into that Dunlop rubber, some heat into the Ferodo brakes as well. That Astron Energy fuel will be looking to just run in the absolute optimum temperature and power delivery range that it provides these cars. And once again, Volkswagen Polo Cup are back in Mpumalanga after a long stay away. It is great to be back at Red Star Raceway again with National Championship Extreme Festival and the action that it provides at this incredible circuit. As you can see there, absolutely perfect conditions as well in the background. The skies have lit up. It's sparsely clouded, a lot of sun out. Optimum for some nice track temperatures to start getting into the higher conditions, which these Dunlop tyres absolutely love. And that will provide us the action that Bjorn Berthold wanted to give us as he spoke to us in pre-race as well. He'll be looking to run there with the likes of Christopher Tate, who wasn't quite in that top 6. And our rookie champion hasn't quite got there yet in 2026 to make the top 6 Super Pole shootout. He missed it in Cape Town, and he missed it yesterday as well in Mpumalanga. So they come to take up the positions now. We're on board with Srin Rajpal probably during this race as well. He'll be looking to try and keep Chris Tate out if he can get ahead of him. Find a way through there to at least get into that top 6 early on. Try and get away from that mid-pack. That's where things normally get a little bit more hair-raising. As we get our drone shot of this big pack of polos. And it looks like we're going to be looking forward to the provision of more of the same when it comes to Polo Cup. They have done this for 30 years, and they're about to do it once again here in the Mpumalanga province. Masters will move up 1 position or 2 there just to get themselves onto their correct grid positions as we stand by now for an 8-lapper of Astron Energy Polo Cup. There go they onto their warm-up lap, the final stages now. When they come round the next time, they will be taking up their positions for race start. Or was that the race start? Yeah, that should be warm-up, I think, eh? No, this is race start. We are into race start. We normally get an extra lap with the safety car, but we're into race start here and down into turn 5. And somebody running wide there ever so slightly. I think it might have been Cyril Jacobs Jr., who was under a bit of pressure. We're on board here with Srin Rajpal. He's onto the tailpiece there of Tate. Tate comes up alongside and looking for a way through there on Milan Emsley under the brakes. And Emsley round the outside, side by side there with Roshan Goodman. So as they come out of turn 4 into 5, tricky triple left-hander. And at the front end, looks like Charles Smallberger controlling things at the front of this field. In fact, no, it's Hannes Skippers. It's Skippers who's got the drop. Smallberger's dropped back down to 3rd place. So some changes there. And then behind him, Mara Deleuze. So what a way to start things out here. Here's the Masters into turn 5. Coming up onto the short back straight away. And as they go through there, John Kruger looking to close down there on Wayne Masters on the brakes. Our cameraman looking for an opportunity there to be in the front of the Masters battle. Cup class down into the dog bone. Milan Emsley side by side with Tate. How many times we've seen that in the past? And a little touch, little rubbing there between the two of them. And joining the party there, it looks like it might be the Goldwagen car. Yeah, Srin Rajpal getting into the mix as well. As he gets up alongside and squeezes Milan out. So Milan Emsley losing out 2 positions. Now falls back into the Fantech car's grass. And that, of course, is his teammate, Berlin Robinson. Sister to Tyler, who of course has moved on to the Super Cup class. We'll see her in action a bit later on today. But fantastic to see the young Berlin getting to grips with Polo Cup almost as well as she did when she climbed into an NX Legend for the first time. This is Rajpal closing onto the back end. Looking for a way through now on Goodman. Roshan Goodman and Mara Deleuze going at it as well with Tate and Rajpal behind them. So a 4-way fight for potentially 5th place on track. They come to complete the first lap in anger. And across the line we go. Srin Rajpal doing an amazing job here to close that gap down rapidly. Watch out for Moore as well into the mix. So it's Moore just ahead of Roshan Goodman. He's made up 1 place. Goodman has made up that position and got through on Mara Deleuze. There's a position for a change up possibly between Srin Rajpal and Tate. They are side by side as they come out of turn 3. Rajpal will run up onto the rumble strip, but he'll have the inside line for turn 4. Is he good enough on the brakes? No, Tate should be able to outbrake him there. Or does he? No, he doesn't. There's the nose up the inside. Looking for a chance to dive through. He'll be on the outside now for turn 5, so it's a long way around that Shrin's got to go. Similar to what Josh Moore's able to do there to keep out Roshan Goodman. Srin Rajpal just tucks in behind Tate. Tate tucks in behind Mara Deleuze, and Deleuze behind Goodman as they head down towards the breaking point. You can see Josh Moore putting the pressure on there big time. Goodman soaks it up. Deleuze now comes into the mix, puts the pressure straight onto Josh Moore. Moore now looking for an opportunity to keep him out and still keep on the attack, but defender there. You can see almost a little light rub between the two younger rookie drivers in this category. No holds barred there between Moore and Deleuze, and an absolutely perfect start for the man out front, looking for the continuation of his perfect start to the season in the form of Hannes Schippers in the DDS car out front. Works Motorsport team are doing an amazing job of the prep of some of these cars. Look at how the gap is opening up there between the top two, and similar there between second and third place. No real answer from the third place, fourth place and fifth place battle. That's because they're fighting so hard. They're having to fend each other off there, which slows them up ever so slightly and allows Charles Smallberger a little bit of breathing room. Roshan Goodman still in third place there. Upward Spiral and Mzansi Motorsport Machine doing an amazing job for third as part of Team Red. Then that's Mauro Deleuze ahead now of Moore. Tate tucks in behind Srin Rajpal. Milan Emsley joining that party. He's about to get back into the mix there. Try and find a way back at Christopher Tate. Joining him will be the Fantech car of Berlin Robinson, and in the back of that it is Jaden Huersen in the AA car. So some non-stop action from the Cup category as we sideways from the Sabertech car of Charles Smallberger. He was completely lit coming out of turn 4 and 5, and eventually gets it all sorted out, but the back end stepped out on him there big time. That'll lose him a huge amount of ground to the leader, and it'll allow Roshan Goodman a chance maybe to close him down. Here they come onto the brakes here. This is fourth place, fifth place. Mauro Deleuze has lost out some ground there to the two of them, but now with the change up, he'll have to watch his rearview mirrors because he'll be looking for Srin Rajpal, not for Josh Moore anymore. Josh Moore losing out there, and has he lost out or was he able to keep it? Yeah, he's definitely lost out. There we go. Works Motorsport and Goldwagen car of Srin Rajpal dives through, and there we go. Josh Moore losing out ever so slightly there. Stablemates fighting hard here in this Polo Cup. Through the left-hand kink. Now up towards that tricky right-hander, uphill, off camber. Let's watch how this car just rolls over slightly to the left-hand side. You can see him just come off the accelerator ever so slightly and then up through the gearbox and bang it down the gearbox as they head onto that long back straightaway. Jaden Huersen closing down onto the back end of Berlin Robinson now. Pressure being applied there. Behind that, it's Mussolini. FSS car not quite as quick as what it was in Cape Town. Late braking, some lockups there from a couple of Dunlops into turn 12 and 13. Berlin Robinson, I should say, just losing out there ever so slightly. We're on board over Srin as he crosses the line. Rajpal pushing hard, and he's doing an amazing job to stay in the front end of this field and keep the fight on here big time. Look at this. This is Tate side by side with Moore. Saw that all of last season in the Rookie Cup. Volkswagen Rookie Cup, of course, are not with us this weekend. They were in PE last weekend. So Rookie Cup drivers that have moved up into Polo Cup now are in the mix here big time. And they are fighting hard for honours here in this mid-pack. Continued dominance coming out of Hannes Schippers. And also, looks like there might be a change in scenery there from the Danefern side of thing to Bedford View. I see Bedford View Dental Studio on the side of that car now. So maybe a little change in geography there for the dentist at the front end of this field. He hangs on for now and keeps out Charles Smallberger. Chatted to him this morning in pit lane. He was saying Charles probably has a little bit more experience around this track than he does, and that might change things up. Derek Smallberger certainly got a lot of experience around here, but can't quite get ahead of Wayne Masters for the lead of the Masters category. Kruger still in third place. Behind that looks like it's Mike Barbaglia, and then the second of the FSS cars in Elio Mussolini. So Pierluigi and Elio not quite where they were, but I would say Elio basically where he was in Cape Town. Pierluigi not quite in the top 4 fight that he was in Cape Town, and maybe losing a little bit of ground here and also going to be losing some championship points here as well. You can see that FSS car just behind the AA car there of Jaden Wilson, and that'll be outside of the top 10. Behind them, haven't really mentioned them, but you've got Nirav Singh for Kyle Army Exhausts. There you can see them just in the background starting to fan out. Dean Ross in the mix there as well, along with Bjorn Berthold. Berthold coming into the mix with Cyril Jacobs Jr. and Liam Crystal. As the cars just behind this pack we can see heading into 12 and 13. And 4 laps to go. Halfway stage reached. The cars we just mentioned there, Liam Crystal back of the Cup class, just ahead of the leading master there, Wayne Masters. Berlin Robinson trying to find a way through there on the AA car. Oh, little maneuver there from Milan Emsley, trying to find a way past on Josh Moore. Moore shut the door on him, didn't allow him through. The back of the pack here as well, we're also seeing Chris Tate still maintaining and staying ahead of Moore, Emsley, Goosen, and now that gap has been bridged slightly there by the FSS car of Pierluigi Mussolini, and he's brought Nirav Singh along for the ride as well. So the Kyle Army Exhaust Polo about to join this pack of 6. Will he have a go here on the brakes maybe into turn 6? No, not quite close enough. Pierluigi though certainly closed up and gave a little tap on the back end there of the Fantech car and Team Red machine of Berlin Robinson. She lost out under braking there to Jaden McPherson, who now sets his attentions on her teammate. Top 2 coming out of the kink up into turn number 11. That will run them all the way along and into, of course, the front end fight between the two of them. Plain sailing all on their own. Back of the pack here as well, picking up on Elio Mussolini. I mentioned him. As I said, not quite the same pace he had in Cape Town. He found some really great pace in Cape Town, did Elio. Smallberger shared honours, of course, in Cape Town with Masters. This time he's sitting behind him. And Wayne Masters, a tough man to beat here at Red Star Raceway. He's had a couple of laps around this circuit. Performance Masters car still leads out the Masters category though, and that Sabertech car of Derek has got to find a way past. So it's on a similar vein at the front of the Masters as well as what it is at the front of the Cup class. As we go back on board here with John Kruger in third. Across the line there for John, and third place still in the Masters category. What's happening here in this mid-pack? We're seeing a move from Dean Ross, slowly but surely putting the pressure onto the ailing Josh Moore. Moore's had a bit of an incident somewhere. He's got a bit of body work rubbing off the back of the car, so must have had a touch or a rub from somebody in that pack he's been fighting with. There's your third place car, Roshan Goodman, and might get a chance there to see, yeah, there's second Smallberger and first in Skippers heading towards turn 6. Listen now, opening up a little bit of a margin. Also a bit of breathing room here between these guys who are fighting further back in the pack. Nirav Singh fending off Josh Moore. And Josh Moore losing out on the inside to Dean Ross. Dean Ross in the no-brake car. Just squeezes through. Oh, and Nirav makes a mistake. Nirav runs wide, opens up the door. That allows both Moore and Dean Ross through. So the Kyle Army Exhaust Polo just dropping back by the wayside there after an off-track excursion. Tries to come straight back at Josh Moore. Couldn't quite get there though. Very close. And now being closed in by a couple of cars behind him. That'll probably be Cyril Jacobs Jr., if I'm not mistaken, who's behind him. So Jacobs Jr. now about to join the party. And along for the ride with him will be, I think, possibly Berthold, if I'm not mistaken. So we can see, yeah, Bjorn Berthold just behind there as well. So Bjorn Berthold about to join that fight. It's the fight for like 10, 11, 12, 13 and 14th place. There's 5 cars in that pack. Late braking required, and even later from behind. Yo, how late do you want it? Bjorn Berthold, and Cyril Jacobs does the same thing. Moore gets sideways. and sends Nirav Singh onto the grass. Nirav collects the car, gets it back onto the grass, stays ahead of Josh Moore, only just, but he would have lost a little bit of drive as he went across the grass there with 2 to go. What a run there to the line to start the penultimate lap. Moore inside, gets back up the inside, but runs a bit wide, opens up the door for Nirav. Nirav Singh dives through, retakes that position. And is joined now by Berthold. So Berthold joining the party. This is fantastic race action. This is why Polo Cup has been so successful. All of the skill these drivers are learning and about to be caught by the Masters as well because they've been fighting so hard. Will that play into the hands of Derek Smallberger? We'll have to wait and see. Chris Tate now down in 6th place. He's trying to catch Srin Rajpal, but I don't think he's going to do that. Tate has to be very worried about Jaden Goosen, who's on his tail. He's putting massive amounts of pressure now to get into that top 6 overall. And we watch they come under braking. Moore, Jacobs Jr. And it's a late dive there from the charge at the back. It's just non-stop action wherever you look. If our camera and our director picks up on any cars on track, there's an overtaking maneuver being attempted. Saul Jacobs Jr. about to do one here on Josh Moore. See, it's exceptionally close here between these drivers, and it's exactly what we expect from Polo Cup. Nothing more, nothing less than non-stop action right through the field. Josh Moore still under attack, and Cyril Jacobs Jr. has found a way through now on him. So he's found a little gap coming onto that back straightaway. So just squeezing through. Moore trying to come back at him, but also going defensive for Liam Crystal, who's in the background. Liam Crystal going to try to go around the outside. Similar to what Mario Deleuze is trying to do into turn number 1 on Roshan Goodman. Deleuze with an overtaking maneuver on the outside as his teammate Liam Crystal tried to do one on the outside into the final chicane. So Mario Deleuze now falls back into the clutches of Srin Rajpal. Rajpal will be licking his lips for this one with a lap to go, in with a chance here of squeezing out and stealing away another position at the front end of the field. Top 2 out of 4. Heading into 5 now. Out of turn 5 and onto the short straight they go. The Bedford Dental Services Studio car and works motorsport machine of Hannes Skippers has kept the rest of the field at bay. Smallberger could not capitalize, and a bit of a tough start for him to the day. He was looking for a victory, but it certainly looks like it's going to be perfect score once again here for the man from the Bedford View Dental Services Studio now. Well, he's got both. He's got DDS on the one side and BDS on the other side. Not quite sure which one he wants us to talk about. Depends on what side of the car we pick you up on, I suppose, Hannes. But yeah, the dentist is in full flight here, and he is doing an exceptional job of surgery in the front end of this field, showing every other car the way around Red Star Raceway today, on a similar vein to what he did in Cape Town. Charles Smallberger in the Sabertech car, also doing a magic job. He'll be looking to turn his luck around maybe for race 2 later on, as Astron Energy Polo Cup have got 2 heats today. It's Roshan Goodman for 3rd place, Mauro Deleuze for 4th at the moment. No changes there, and I don't think we're going to see any changes here as they come into the final chicane. A little lock up there from Hannes, just being cautious and maybe a little bit too cautious on the brakes as he comes into the chicane, but the checkered flag is on standby, and it's 3 out of 3 for the dentist. Dr. Hannes Skippers with 3 out of 3 in Polo Cup. Here's Masters versus Derek Smallberger, heading into that final chicane for the Masters win. They've got a battle ahead of them there. Liam Crystal side by side with Moore. Will that affect these two? Yeah, one's run wide. Crystal stays on track. Josh Moore runs off the circuit, comes straight ahead, and almost right into the clutches there of Wayne Masters. Masters has to go defensive on Smallberger across the line and just stays ahead. Kruger in 3rd place. That was pretty close there. Mike Barbaglia wraps up the top 4. Fantastic finish there for him. But how close do you want it there between the two Masters cars? Mixing it up with two junior category cars, fighting hard and knocking each other off the circuit. Very lucky that the experience came into play there for Wayne Masters and Derek Smallberger. But there you have unofficial results. Hannes Skippers, Charles Smallberger, Roshan Goodman and Mauro Deleuze ahead of Jaden Hurston and Milan Emsley. Behind that, it was Pierluigi Mussolini. Chris Tate dropped down to 9th place. He'll be disappointed with that. Berlin Robertson in 10th ahead of Dean Ross. Bjorn Berthold and Nirov Singh sticking together for 12 and 13. Jacobs Jr. eventually coming through to beat out Liam Crystal, who just stayed ahead of Josh Moore, who was knocked wide by Crystal in that final chicane. And they stayed ahead of the top 4 in the Masters. in action a bit later on today. But fantastic to see the young Gross, and that of course is his teammate Berlin Robertson. Sister Gross, and that of course is his teammate Berlin Robertson. Sister Ross, and that of course is his teammate Berlin Rob cars, the Fantech cars Gross, and that of course is his teammate Berlin Robertson. Sister to Tyler, who of course has moved on to the Super Cup class. We'll see her in action a bit later on today. But fantastic to see young Berlin getting to grips with Polo Cup almost as well as she did when she climbed into an NX Legend for the first time. This is Rajpal closing onto the back end, looking for a way through now on Goodman. Sean Goodman and Mara Deleuze going at it as well, with Tate and Rajpal behind them. So a four-way fight for potentially fifth place on track. They come to complete the first lap in anger. And across the line we go. Shrin Rajpal doing an amazing job here to close that gap down rapidly. Watch out for Moore as well into the mix. So it's Moore just ahead of Roshan Goodman. He's made up one place. Goodman has made up that position and got through on Mara Deleuze. There's a position for a change up possibly between Shrin Rajpal and Tate. They are side by side as they come out of turn 3. Rajpal will run up onto the rumble strip, but he'll have the inside line for turn 4. Is he good enough on the brakes? No, Tate should be able to outbrake him there. Or does he? No, he doesn't. There's the nose up the inside, looking for a chance to dive through. He'll be on the outside now for turn 5, so it's a long way around that Shrin's got to go. Similar to what Josh Moore is able to do there to keep out Roshan Goodman. Shrin Rajpal just tucks in behind Tate. Tate tucks in behind Mara Deleuze, and Deleuze behind Goodman as they head down towards the breaking point. You can see Josh Moore putting the pressure on there big time. Goodman soaks it up. Deleuze now comes into the mix, puts the pressure straight onto Josh Moore. Moore now looking for an opportunity to keep him out and still keep on the attack, but fender to fender there. You can see almost a little light rub between the two younger rookie drivers in this category. No holds barred there between Moore and Deleuze, and an absolutely perfect start for the man out front, looking for the continuation of his perfect start to the season in the form of Hannes Skippers in the DDS car out front. Works Motorsport team are doing an amazing job of prep of some of these cars. Look at how the gap is opening up there between the top two, and similar there between second and third place. No real answer from the third place, fourth place and fifth place battle. That's because they're fighting so hard. They're having to fend each other off there, which slows them up ever so slightly and allows Charles Smallberger a little bit of breathing room. Roshan Goodman still in third place there. Upward Spiral and Mzansi Motorsport Machine doing an amazing job for third as part of Team Red. Then that's Mara Deleuze ahead now of Moore. Tate tucks in behind Shrin Rajpal. Milan Emsley joining that party. He's about to get back into the mix there. Try and find a way back at Christopher Tate. Joining him will be the Fantech car of Berlin Robinson, and in the back of that it is Jaden Hurson in the AA car. So some non-stop action from the Cup category as we sideways from the Sabertech car of Charles Smallberger. He was completely lit coming out of turn 4 and 5, and eventually gets it all sorted out, but the back end stepped out on him there big time. That'll lose him a huge amount of ground to the leader, and it'll allow Roshan Goodman a chance maybe to close him down. Here they come onto the brakes here. This is fourth place, fifth place. Mara Deleuze has lost out some ground there to the two of them, but now with the change up, he'll have to watch his rearview mirrors because he'll be looking for Shrin Rajpal, not for Josh Moore anymore. Josh Moore losing out there, and has he lost out or was he able to keep it? Yeah, he's definitely lost out. There we go. Works Motorsport and Goldwagen car of Shrin Rajpal dives through, and there we go. Josh Moore losing out ever so slightly there. Stablemates fighting hard here in this Polo Cup. through the left-hand kink. Now up towards that tricky right-hander, uphill, off camber. Let's watch how this car just rolls over slightly to the left-hand side. You can see him just come off the accelerator ever so slightly and then up through the gearbox and bang it down the gearbox as they head onto that long back straightaway. Jaden Huisson closing down onto the back end of Berlin Robinson now. Pressure being applied there. Behind that, it's Mussolini. The FSS car not quite as quick as what it was in Cape Town. Late braking, some lockups there from a couple of Dunlops into turn 12 and 13. Berlin Robinson, I should say. Just losing out there ever so slightly. We're on board over Shrin as he crosses the line. Rajpal pushing hard. And he's doing an amazing job to stay at the front end of this field and keep the fight on here big time. Look at this. This is Tate side by side with Moore. Saw that all of last season in the Rookie Cup. Volkswagen Rookie Cup, of course, are not with us this weekend. They were in PE last weekend. So Rookie Cup drivers that have moved up into Polo Cup now. This is Tate side by side with Moore. Saw that all of last season in the Rookie Cup. Volkswagen Rookie Cup, of course, are not with us this weekend. They were in PE last weekend. So Rookie Cup drivers that have moved up into Polo Cup now. This is Tate side by side with Moore. Saw that all of last season in the Rookie Cup. Volkswagen, the Fantech cars, Gross, and that, of course, is his teammate Berlin Robinson, sister to Tyler, who, of course, has moved on to the Super Cup class. We'll see her in action a bit later on today. But fantastic to see young Berlin getting to grips with Polo Cup almost as well as she did when she climbed into an NX Legend for the first time. This is Rajpal closing onto the back end, looking for a way through now on Goodman. Sean Goodman and Mara Deleuze going at it as well, with Tate and Rajpal behind them. So a four-way fight for potentially fifth place on track. They come to complete the first lap in anger. And across the line we go. Shrin Rajpal doing an amazing job here to close that gap down rapidly. Watch out for Moore as well into the mix. So it's Moore just ahead of Roshan Goodman. He's made up one place. Goodman has made up that position and got through on Mara Deleuze. There's a position for a change-up possibly between Shrin Rajpal and Tate. They are side by side as they come out of turn 3. Rajpal will run up onto the rumble strip, but he'll have the inside line for turn 4. Is he good enough on the brakes? No, Tate should be able to outbrake him there. Or does he? No, he doesn't. There's the nose up the inside. Looking for a chance to dive through. He'll be on the outside now for turn 5, so it's a long way around that Shrin's got to go. Similar to what Josh Moore is able to do there to keep out Roshan Goodman. Shrin Rajpal just tucks in behind Tate. Tate tucks in behind Mara Deleuze, and Deleuze behind Goodman as they head down towards the breaking point. You can see Josh Moore putting the pressure on there big time. Goodman soaks it up. Deleuze now comes into the mix, puts the pressure straight onto Josh Moore. Moore now looking for an opportunity to keep him out and still keep on the attack, but fender to fender there. You can see almost a little light rub between the two younger rookie drivers in this category. No holds barred there between Moore and Deleuze, and an absolutely perfect start for the man out front, looking for the continuation of his perfect start to the season in the form of Hannes Skippers in the DDS car out front. The Works Motorsport team are doing an amazing job of the prep of some of these cars. Look at how the gap is opening up there between the top two, and similar there between second and third place. No real answer from the third place, fourth place and fifth place battle. That's because they're fighting so hard. They're having to fend each other off there, which slows them up ever so slightly and allows Charles Smallberger a little bit of breathing room. Roshan Goodman still in third place there. Upward Spiral and Mzansi Motorsport Machine doing an amazing job for third as part of Team Red. Then that's Mara Deleuze ahead now of Moore. Tate tucks in behind Shrin Rajpal. Milan Emsley joining that party. He's about to get back into the mix there. Try and find a way back at Christopher Tate. Joining him will be the Fantech car of Berlin Robinson, and in the back of that it is Jaden Huisson in the AA car. So some non-stop action from the Cup category as we sideways from the Sabertech car of Charles Smallberger. He was completely lit coming out of turn 4 and 5. And eventually gets it all sorted out, but the back end stepped out on him there big time. That'll lose him a huge amount of ground to the leader, and it'll allow Roshan Goodman a chance maybe to close him down. Here they come. Into the brakes here. This is 4th place, 5th place. Mauro Deleuze has lost out some ground there to the two of them. But now with the change-up, he'll have to watch his rearview mirrors because he'll be looking for Shin Rajbal, not for Josh Moore anymore. Josh Moore losing out there, and has he lost out, or was he able to keep it? Yeah, he's definitely lost out. There we go. Works Motorsport and Goldwagen car of Shin Rajbal dives through, and there we go. Josh Moore losing out ever so slightly there. Stablemates fighting hard here in this Polo Cup. On board here with Keegan Campos. Back to live action. As you can see now, as we now come away from the small break of proceedings there to get our touring cars and Super Cup class back on circuit. Little break in proceedings there to try and get as many of the cars ready to go now for race 1 for touring cars and Super Cup combined. Let's have a quick squiz of what happened down in Cape Town at the first round. Julian van der Walt was on pole position. Alongside him, Casey Ensor-Smith, the man who stepped up from winning that drive after winning the MSA4 inaugural championship the previous year. It all went wrong for van der Walt, who got off the line terribly and dropped right to the back of the touring car class. It was a big dive from the Fly Sapphire car of Andrew Schofield trying to get through on Casey Ensor-Smith. But Ensor-Smith was able to hang on. Van der Walt eventually got going. But sticking with the normal pun that we'd use down in Cape Town, he had a big mountain to climb to try and close the gap down on the front end of his stablemate. And in the Cup class, it was more of the same at the front end from Jason Loosemore, taking over from where he left off in 2025 and headed things up in 2026. Van der Walt started to cut through the field rapidly, eventually finding his way through there on Jason Kutsia, the local man, who made his debut in Cape Town for the Gazoo Racing Stables GR Super Touring car. Loosemore hung on to the front end, but it was eventually Van der Walt who came through and eventually finished up through the field and taking victories as he came through from a bad start. Loosemore had the Polo Cup champion on his tail, and the two previous and former Polo Cup champions went at it for first and second. Rory Atkinson with his debut in Polo Cup finishing up in second place just ahead of Nicky Vastanos. In race 2, reverse grid, saw Michael van Rooyen on the front row, and of course Julian van der Walt now looking to try and capitalise on the opportunity that he had. So Casey Ensor-Smith taking the first victory. Side by side, van der Walt eventually just squeezed out Michael van Rooyen into turn 1. And Michael van Rooyen would have to do the long way around to try and find a way through on the man from the Volkswagen Golf team out of WCT. They come back onto the front row as we get into live action. We had to cut that short because we go into the start procedures. So touring cars and Super Cup, of course, will have a little bit of breathing room between the two of them. And remember, for 2026, it is now a standing start for these cars as opposed to the rolling start that we used to have. So a new rule coming in for 2026. We saw it implemented in Cape Town for the first time, and it caught Julian van der Walt out, as you saw in that little highlights package of race 1 and a little bit of race 2. Some aerial material there as we go on board with Rory Atkinson. He'll be looking to go slightly quicker than what he did in Cape Town, maybe find himself to the front end and to his first victory in the Super Cup class. It's, the goal was to get to Red Star Raceway, which is a circuit that he's done a couple of laps around in the past, and certainly knows his way around this track pretty well, does Roars. Hopefully he can be at the front end and be in contention for what would be possibility of a victory. I know Mohammed Wali, who was one of the quickest drivers that we saw through yesterday's practice sessions and qualifying, unfortunately picked up some gearbox issues, so I'm not quite sure if they've got his car sorted out. We'll keep an eye out for him as they roll to the line. But it's a welcome return, not only to the third Golf on track there, that's the blue and white one in the middle of those first three cars. Piloting that vehicle is multiple touring car champion and saloon car champion Robert Volk, making a welcome return in the Investchem colours there. And just behind him, not too far back, you'll see the black and orange car of a very seasoned campaigner in this category as well. After an epic season battling with Michael van Rooyen for the championship last year in Keegan Campos, he makes a welcome return to touring cars in his BMW. Jason Gutsia, Michael van Rooyen in the two Corollas behind that, and then Andrew Schofield. It's Atkinson and Tyler Robinson who are on the front row ahead of Loosemore. And look out for a big fight there between these three. They had a spectacular one in Cape Town. But I think Rory Atkinson will be looking to capitalise on probably the little bit more experience he's gotten around this track and use that to try and secure as many points as he can here in this particular outing. Nico Zafiris is behind that with Nicky Vistanis, and I don't see Mohammed Wali, unfortunately, on track. Is he right at the back there, maybe? I know he's got an all-white car, so that could potentially be him right at the back of the pack there, after picking up a couple of gearbox issues. Hopefully they've got that sorted out as we come under starters orders now for race 1. And this is South African Touring Cars and the SATC Super Cup combined. Lights on. And we're off. Much better start this time from Julian van der Walt. Robert Volk goes alongside him. That'll be the first time that Robert Volk has had to do a standing start in one of these cars. So Keegan Campos certainly knows what to do in a standing start. And it's the two newcomers. Well, not newcomers. Welcome back, Robert Volk and Keegan Campos, straight off track, almost instantaneously. That is not the welcome return they wanted. Campos off track with Volk onto the grass, and a long way back here for Keegan Campos in the Campos Transport BMW. Out front though, great start from Van der Walt. Looks like the two Toyotas have just squeezed through between the two Volkswagen GTIs, and we've got Michael van Rooyen and Jason Gutsia in the mix. Campos' car slowing. He's got a problem. Robert Volk and Campos coming together in turn 1, and the two of them ending up on the grass, and I think it's damage to both cars by the looks of things. We'll keep an eye on that as they come through to wrap up the first lap of the race, but I can tell you that is not how they wanted this to start. It's two cars out of that touring car field. Atkinson leads out over Tyler Robinson and Jason Loosemore. Vistanis is up into 4th place. So he's made up one position to squeeze through on Nico Zafiris. Zafiris with a bit of pressure coming now from Davide Franco, who's tucked in behind there in the GSW car there. But pressure already being applied onto the back end of Tyler Robinson by Jason Loosemore. The Team Red and AF Fans car being hunted down by the Renegade car there of Jason Loosemore. Out front, just trying to pick up on potentially what happened there in terms of sorting things out. It was a change up for, is that the lead? I think it was. Yes, it was for the lead. No, it's not. It's for second place. Second place, we saw Casey Enzo-Smith trying to find a way into second there in the second of the Golfs. He's got a little bit of damage to the front end of his car, so that was potentially one of the reasons why either Robert Volk or Keegan Campos ended up on the grass on the exit of turn 1 as they complete lap number 1. And let's have a quick look. We might have a look at that replay into turn 1 as we see the first 4 cars going through turn 1 there. Michael van Rooyen in 4th place on the back end of Casey Enzo-Smith. So last year's champion. So here we go. Campos. This is on board with Campos. Yeah, definitely Campos and Volk and Casey Enzo-Smith involved in that incident down into turn 1. That's why we've got a bit of damage on the second Golf out on track at the moment with Enzo-Smith behind the wheel. So this is how things have turned out here for the first run for super touring cars. And these touring cars are now doing double time around the track to get away from their rivals. Jason Kutsia up into second place, pulling away now from Casey Ensel-Smith. A battle we kind of saw a little bit of down in Cape Town at Jason Kutsia's home track. It's a circuit that he isn't too much a fay with here. Campos had to go into pit lane. He went in for a quick checkup. Back on track though, just to make sure everything's right on the car. He will now use this, I'm sure, for a little bit of testing to get some valuable data for this car and hopefully get it back up to speed in terms of a good lap time. Or possibly he'll be thinking about the reverse grid for race 2 later on this afternoon. So that's why I think Keegan Campos has made his way back onto the circuit. He knows he's got to try and complete as many laps and stay within the contention to be involved in that inverted grid for race 2 later on this afternoon. Atkinson pulling away now from Tyler Robinson. Roars doing exactly what I thought he might do here at Red Star Raceway. The experience he's got at this track is paying off big dividend at the moment as he pulls away from Tyler Robinson and from Jason Loosemore in the Super Cup class. On board with Rory Atkinson now. Little look in the rearview mirror. And that's the way you do it. Plain sailing at the front end. Top 4 evenly matched and equidistant apart. Then it's Safiris, who's got Davide Franco closing down on him. Behind that comes Berthold. Berthold under attack as well. A little manoeuvring there coming from also a welcome return to Super Cup class. Brad Liebenberg. Not quite on the pace he wants to be on though. Remember Brad using this weekend just to get some seat time. He's piloting the Calyx Polo there. And his, of course, reason for being in the car this weekend is to get himself a little bit more affay with front-wheel drive as he heads on international duties next weekend. And goes to participate in the first round of the German Super Cup class category that, of course, all these cars in Super Cup were built and sent overseas to participate in. Tyler Robinson will be joining him. This is a nice little fight. Kind of what we have seen on a few occasions in a Formula 1600. But now in touring cars, it's Casey Ensel-Smith closing on Jason Kutsia. Do love the fact that there's a nice little fight between the two of them. But it's allowing Julian van der Walt acres of room to get away here and open up a big margin. The plan here would have been to try and get a Golf 1, 2, 3 if they could. Not always easy to do, but needless to say, it's certainly going to be Jason Kutsia spoiling the day here for a 1-2. If he can stay where he is right now, Michael van Rooyen and Andrew Schofield will be thinking second race, inverted grid maybe. But I don't think they realise that Keegan Campos is back on track as we watch Rory coming through in the tricky sections there. Trying to hang on as Van der Walt sets the fastest lap of the race on the last pass. Rory Atkinson is trying to keep out Tyler Robinson, I beg your pardon. And then Tyler Robinson's pulled a little bit of a gap now over Jason Loosemore. Berthold closes the gap now on Zafiris. Liebenberg's made up one place. He's found a way through there on Davide Franco. So a nice run from the two of them. So it's Van der Walt out front in touring cars. It's Rory Atkinson out front in the Super Cup class. There's Liebenberg closing on Berthold. Berthold on Zafiris. A little bit of breathing room there for Nicky Vastanis at the moment, but not a lot as we watch them going down into turn 4. Brad closing the gap, under braking, using maybe a bit more experience that he's got with the multiple SA championships that he's won to close that gap down. Push to pass being used there. You can see the hazard lights coming on Jason Loosemore's car. That just shows that he goes for the additional power that's available on these push-to-pass mechanisms that these cars run. Down into the tight hairpin at turn 6. Liebenberg closes the gap down on Berthold. Berthold has done the same thing onto the back end of Zafiris. Nico Zafiris under a little bit more pressure now from Berthold and from Liebenberg. Liebenberg trying to close the gap down even more now as they come out of the dog bone. Davide Franco and Rick Leroux behind them. It's quite a long way back to Rick Leroux because they're only master in this category this weekend. So pretty much plain sailing there for Rick if he stays where he is for the Masters victory. Berthold late on the brakes. Can he get through on Zephyrus? Yes, he can. Bjorn Berthold finding a pretty easily way through there to get ahead of Nico Zephyrus, who now puts himself into the clutches of Brad Liebenberg as they cross the line. Heading down into turn 1, onto the brakes they go. Zephyrus not trying to come back at Berthold if he can. Instantaneous answer would be the optimum one, but he's not quite close enough. That's awesome stuff here from our drone, staying right up close and personal with Brad Liebenberg's tailpiece as they head towards 4. Liebenberg trying to close the gap. A little open up of the door there from Berthold. Berthold ran a little bit wide, but Zephyrus couldn't capitalize. He wasn't close enough as that mistake was made by Bjorn Berthold. Judd Berthold, I beg your pardon. Judd Berthold, not Bjorn. Apologies on that one. I'm going to try and remember the two brothers. But Judd doing a pretty spectacular job here. He was, of course, the pole man. So losing out slightly there. Probably because of the standing start. I'm not sure if he's used to standing starts as much as everybody else. He's also learning how to get these cars off the line from a standing start. Here comes Brad, though, applying massive amounts of pressure onto the back end of Nico. Zephyrus soaking it up for now, not allowing Brad any chance right now. It's quite interesting to see this, though, because a couple of seasons ago, of course, Brad Liebenberg was teaching Nico what to do, and now the roles are reversed. Although, yeah, it shouldn't take too much longer. I was expecting a maneuver a little bit earlier on there from Brad, but he waited until he came into turn 11, set it up, opened up the door, and snuck through. Similar vein to what Casey Enzo-Smith is trying to do here to Jason Gutsia. Oh, Gutsia with a big lock up into 4. Feeling a bit of pressure there is Jason Gutsia for the Gazoo Racing Toyota Corolla team. WCT and the two Volkswagen Golfs are 1 and 3 on the road at the moment. Casey Enzo-Smith certainly looking to get ahead of Jason Gutsia by the time these next couple of laps are done. They've got 2.5 laps to go, these two. Michael van Rooyen and Andrew Schofield sitting 4 and 5 on track at the moment, thinking, hang on a second, 4 and 5 might be the front row of the inverted grid later on, so they're not going to fight too hard to catch these guys. Securing points is crucial at this stage of the championship. Not risking breaking cars, knowing that you've got a chance of a front row start with the inversion in race 2. So it could be a bit of strategy being played in by these two. The other factor, of course, that'll certainly come into play will be whether Keegan Campos and Robert Volk can get their cars sorted out and back onto race pace for the restart. They'll have to start from the back of the pack of the touring cars, but needless to say, if they've got pace, they will be into the hunt quickly at the front end of the field. Little dive there from Casey Enzo-Smith, but Kutsia had him covered. Covers him once again going into turn 2. Not going to allow him to have any opportunity to dive through and squeeze up into second, make it Investchem and WCT team 1 and 2 for now. Berthold now through on Vastanis. So Judd certainly has got some good pace in that car. Can he put it all together, though, to keep it at the front end and maybe get up here to Tyler and Rory, Rory starting to slip and slide a little bit there. You can see him fighting the wheel ever so slightly there coming out of turn 1. Tyler Robinson opened up a good advantage now over Jason Loosemore, so it's pretty much a fight, two-way fight here for the lead. Loosemore no longer in the picture. Loosemore for third place, comfortable on his own in third though. Don't have to worry too much about it. So a bit of a celebration here for Volkswagen Motorsport, as you can see on the side of that car of Rory's. It's 30 years of Polo Cup, but it's 75 years of Polo. So nice to see the celebrations on the side of the car, and the livery's been put onto the cars there by Volkswagen Motorsport. Rory's car, of course, is prepped by Andre Halp though. So a slight change up to the normal way of proceedings, but having won Polo Cup last year, part of the prize is a drive, fully paid for, in Super Cup, and he's enjoying every aspect of that as Julian van der Vat starts his final lap. And he's got a comfortable margin ahead now of Jason Kutsia. It's about 4.5 seconds between himself and Kutsia. Kutsia's under massive pressure though, as Casey Enzo Smith is looking for a way through, and he's being forced wide. Just in the background there, you could just see it there as Casey Enzo Smith was fighting with Jason Kutsia. And the two of them coming side by side out of turn 2. Stand by for them coming down here towards turn 4 now. Oh, here we go. Enzo Smith is putting massive pressure onto the back end of Jason Kutsia. He's soaking it up though. But Casey knows he's got to go now if he wants that second place. He's got good drive out of turn 5. Can he now use the slipstream effect? Maybe catch Jason Kutsia on the brakes down into the bottom end of turn 6, the tight left-hander. No, not quite close enough. Enzo Smith had a big look. Couldn't quite make it stick though, and Jason Kutsia shut the door on him firmly. Two young karters stepped up into single-seaters. One went single-seaters, one went saloon car racing after a small outing in Formula 1600s. Your MSA4 champion is sitting there in third place, having won the seat in that Golf, and that Golf GTI 8 now having to work double time to try and catch this Corolla in front of him. Has Jason got enough here to keep him out? I think he has. That should be enough drive down that back straightaway to keep out the intentions of Casey Enzo Smith as his teammate looks for the victory in Julian van der Vat. Van der Vat out of the final chicane. Checkered flag is on standby. And your first win today of round 2 goes to Julian van der Vat. Campos finishes up, long way back, but it's Jason Kutsia for second. 1 and 3 for the Golfs, and 2 and 4 for the Toyotas. So it's literally the two manufacturers battling hard there at the front end. Only one BMW finishing up of the two there, as we saw, although Keegan Campos did cross the line. He'll be a couple of laps back though, so we'll have to wait and see if he's classified high enough to put him into the inversion for the grid for race 2. As they come down towards the final chicane now for Super Cup. It's Rory Atkinson, Tyler Robinson, and Jason Loosemore. Rory Atkinson has done it all right. Started on the front row, kept it on the front row, going to finish up on the top step of the podium. Tyler on a similar vein, front row, second step of the podium, and second place for the Team Red and Fantech car. AF Fans and Fantech finishing up just ahead there of Jason Loosemore, and a good run to the line behind Loosemore. Nicky Vistalis just behind Judd Berthold, and then it was Brad Limburg beating out Nico Zafiris, and Davide Franco with Rick Leroux winning out the fight for the Masters. You have an unofficial results there, of course. Julian van der Vat, Jason Kutsia, Casey Enzo Smith, Michael van Rooyen and Andrew Schofield, the top 5 and first 5 in the South African touring cars. Atkinson, Robinson, Loosemore, Berthold and Vistalis are your top 5 in the battle for Super Cup. Keegan Campos was 1 lap back. That might be enough for him to still be classified and in with a chance of the inversion working his way. And we'll have to see if Robert Volk can get that second, or the third Golf I should say, back in action and fixed in time for race 2 later on this afternoon. So there we have it, wrapping up our first heats of the day and bringing to close all of those before we head into race 2 action now from the Sunbet ZX10R Masters Cup, who will be down in pit lane standing by to come out onto track for heat 2 of their action here at round 2 of the Extreme Festival of Motorsport at Red Star Raceway. To the start procedures. So touring cars and Super Cup, of course, will have a little bit of breathing room between the two of them. And remember, for 2026, it is now a standing start for these cars as opposed to the rolling start that we used to have. So a new rule coming in for 2026. We saw it implemented in Cape Town for the first time, and it caught Julian van der Walt out, as you saw in that little highlights package of race 1 and a little bit of race 2. Some aerial material there as we go on board with Rory Atkinson. He'll be looking to go slightly quicker than what he did in Cape Town, maybe find himself to the front end and to his first victory in the Super Cup class. The goal was to get to Red Star Raceway, which is a circuit that he's done a couple of laps around in the past, and certainly knows his way around this track pretty well, does Roars. Hopefully he can be at the front end and be in contention for what would be possibility of a victory. I know Mohammed Wali, who was one of the quickest drivers that we saw through yesterday's practice sessions and qualifying, unfortunately picked up some gearbox issues, so I'm not quite sure if they've got his car sorted out. We'll keep an eye out for him as they roll to the line. But it's a welcome return, not only to the third Golf on track there, that's the blue and white one in the middle of those first three cars. Piloting that vehicle is multiple touring car champion and saloon car champion Robert Volk, making a welcome return in the Investchem colours there. And just behind him, not too far back, you'll see the black and orange car, a very, very seasoned campaigner in this category as well. After an epic season battling with Michael van Rooyen for the championship last year in Keegan Campos, he makes a welcome return to touring cars in his BMW. Jason Garcia, Michael van Rooyen in the two Corollas behind that, and then Andrew Schofield. It's Atkinson and Tyler Robinson who are on the front row ahead of Loosemore. And look out for a big fight there between these three. They had a spectacular one in Cape Town. I think Rory Atkinson will be looking to capitalize on probably the little bit more experience he's got around this track and use that to try and secure as many points as he can here in this particular outing. Nico Zafiris is behind that with Nicky Vistanis, and I don't see Mohammed Wali, unfortunately, on track. Is he right at the back there maybe? I know he's got an all-white car, so that could potentially be him right at the back of the pack there after picking up a couple of gearbox issues. Hopefully they've got that sorted out as we come under starters orders now for race 1. And this is South African Touring Cars and the SATC Super Cup combined. Lights on. And we're off. Much better start this time from Julian van der Walt. Robert Volk goes alongside him. That'll be the first time that Robert Volk has had to do a standing start in one of these cars. So Keegan Campos certainly knows what to do in a standing start. And oh, it's the two newcomers. Well, not newcomers. Welcome back, Robert Volk and Keegan Campos, straight off track, almost instantaneously. That is not the welcome return they wanted. Campos off track with Volk onto the grass, and a long way back here for Keegan Campos in the Campos Transport BMW. Out front though, great start from Van der Walt. Looks like the two Toyotas have just squeezed through between the two Volkswagen GTIs, and we've got Michael van Rooyen and Jason Garcia in the mix. Campos' car slowing. He's got a problem. Robert Volk and Campos coming together in turn 1, and the two of them ending up on the grass, and I think it's damage to both cars by the looks of things. We'll keep an eye on that as they come through to wrap up the first lap of the race, but I can tell you that is not how they wanted this to start. It's two cars out of that touring car field. Atkinson leads out over Tyler Robinson and Jason Loosemore. Vistanis is up into 4th place. So he's made up one position to squeeze through on Nico Zafiris. Zafiris with a bit of pressure coming now from Davide Franco. He's tucked in behind there in the GSW car there. Pressure already being applied onto the back end of Tyler Robinson by Jason Loosemore. Team Red and AF Fans car being hunted down by the Renegade car there of Jason Loosemore. Out front, just trying to pick up on potentially what happened there in terms of sorting things out. It was a change up for, is that the lead? I think it was. Yes, it was for the lead. No, it's not. It's for second place. Second place, we saw Casey Enzo Smith trying to find a way into second there in the second of the Golfs. He's got a little bit of damage to the front end of his car, so that was potentially one of the reasons why either Robert Volk or Keegan Campos ended up on the grass on the exit of turn 1 as they complete lap number 1. And let's have a quick look. We might have a look at that replay into turn 1 as we see the first 4 cars going through turn 1 there. Michael van Rooyen in 4th place on the back end of Casey Enzo Smith. Last year's champion. So here we go. Campos. This is on board with Campos. Yeah, definitely Campos and Volk and Casey Enzo Smith involved in that incident down into turn 1. That's why we've got a bit of damage on the second Golf out on track at the moment with Enzo Smith behind the wheel. So this is how things have turned out here for the first run for Super Touring Cars. And these touring cars are now doing double time around the track to get away from their rivals. Jason Kutsia up into second place, pulling away now from Casey Enzo Smith. A battle we kind of saw a little bit of down in Cape Town at Jason Kutsia's home track. It's a circuit that he isn't too much a fay with here. Campos had to go into pit lane. He went in for a quick checkup. Back on track though, just to make sure everything's right on the car. He will now use this, I'm sure, for a little bit of testing to get some valuable data for this car and hopefully get it back up to speed in terms of a good lap time, or possibly he'll be thinking about the reverse grid for race 2 later on this afternoon. So that's why I think Keegan Campos has made his way back onto the circuit. He knows he's got to try and complete as many laps and stay within the contention to be involved in that inverted grid for race 2 later on this afternoon. Atkinson pulling away now from Tyler Robinson. Roars doing exactly what I thought he might do here at Red Star Raceway. The experience he's got at this track is paying off big dividend at the moment as he pulls away from Tyler Robinson and from Jason Loosemore in the Super Cup class. On board with Rory Atkinson now. Little look in the rearview mirror. And that's the way you do it. Plain sailing at the front end. Top 4 evenly matched and equidistant apart. Then it's Safiris, who's got Davide Franco closing down on him. Behind that comes Berthold. Berthold under attack as well. A little manoeuvring there coming from also a welcome return to Super Cup class. Brad Liebenberg. Not quite on the pace he wants to be on though. Remember Brad using this weekend just to get some seat time. He's piloting the Calyx Polo there. And his, of course, reason for being in the car this weekend is to get himself a little bit more affair with front-wheel drive as he heads on international duties next weekend. And goes to participate in the first round of the German Super Cup class category that, of course, all these cars in Super Cup were built and sent overseas to participate in. Tyler Robinson will be joining him. This is a nice little fight. Kind of what we have seen on a few occasions in a Formula 1600. But now in touring cars, it's Casey Ensel-Smith closing on Jason Coetzee. Do love the fact that there's a nice little fight between the two of them, but it's allowing Julian van der Walt acres of room to get away here and open up a big margin. Plan here would have been to try and get a Golf 1, 2, 3 if they could. Not always easy to do. Needless to say, it's certainly going to be Jason Coetzee spoiling the day here for a 1-2. If he can stay where he is right now, Van Rooyen and Andrew Schofield will be thinking second race, inverted grid maybe. I don't think they realise that Keegan Campos is back on track as we watch Rory coming through the tricky sections there. Trying to hang on as Van der Walt sets the fastest lap of the race on the last pass. Rory Atkinson is trying to keep out Tyler Robinson, I beg your pardon. And then Tyler Robinson's pulled a little bit of a gap now over Jason Loosemore. Closes the gap down to Ferris. Niebenberg's made up one place. He's found a way through there on Davide Franco. Nice run from the two of them. Welcome back to live action now from the Extreme Festival of Motorsports round 2 and race 2 now of the Sunbet ZX10R Masters Cup. Sunbet, of course, getting involved with this class a couple of seasons ago, and they've had a really great relationship with the ZX10R Masters Cup, joining the likes of Bridgestone, EBC Brakes, VAG, Centurion, and all of the associate sponsors from each of the riders as well, who have now joined one of the most successful motorcycle categories in South African motorsport history. Fantastic to see them back out here at a purpose-built motorcycle circuit. So they'll be loving life as they get these Bridgestones up to speed and up to temperature. That's the plan now, as Damien Purificati set the pace in race number 1. Has Keith Agliotti, Hein McMahon or James Barson found something in between the two heats to try and stay in touch with the man who was pretty much the dominant factor in race 1. Purificati taking the victory and taking the win in Class B. Agliotti took second place and the win in Class A. And it was James Barson who got fourth place overall and the win in Class C for ZX10R Masters Cup. So basically these top 3 riders out of the 4 were all the first 3 riders in each of their respective classes as well. So as they roll around now, getting the heat into the Bridgestones, they'll be looking forward to another big battle here. And I'm sure it's going to be Purificati looking for the dominant factor once again. Remember, the man who was king for the last couple of seasons on the King Price Kawasaki, Kinsella not here after picking up an injury in Cape Town. something that he didn't expect. It wasn't from a crash or anything. It came from a previous injury, and we wish him all the very best, as I said, in race number 1 for a speedy recovery so he can come back and join this pack of riders, as Damien Purificati is now the man who's taken over that mantle and leads the pace at the front end. It's Purificati, McMahon and Agliotti the front row, Barson, Weston and Kruger the second row, and then a nice row there with Reggie Seal, Adi van Dalen and Peter Delport on the third row. So some big fights expected through the field, and looking forward to another great battle. Join us as they complete the first lap in anger, and 9 more to go for ZXNL Masters Cup. It's Damien Purificati who is leading things out at the front end, as he did in race 1. So more of the same there from Purificati's point of view. He's trying to take the absolute ideal perfect weekend if he can. He set the outright lap record yesterday ahead of Hein McMahon and Keith Agliotti. James Barson's still there in the 4 spot, as they push hard to try and stay in that little fight at the front end for the top 5, and at least be in the hunt for the win in each of their respective classes in this category of motorcycle racing. So as we go into, there is the big Red Star in the sky. Reason for the circuit being called Red Star, of course, is these magnificent sunsets and sunrises we have at this track. And of course, now with the sun high in the sky in midday, we are in for some hot race action. Reggie Seal continuing his little fight that he had earlier on there with the likes of Peter Delport, Henk Kruger and Adi van Dalen. Kruger, man, at the moment with the slight advantage, and stays ahead of Seal and Delport. Byron Rothko's not too far behind them. There is your leader coming out of the dog bone through the little left-hand flick. Second place, it is McMahon this time as opposed to Agliotti. But we did see Keith Agliotti close things down on Hein McMahon in race 1 and get through for second place. Can he do it again now here in the second race of the day? We're going to see Reggie Seal stay ahead, potentially there, of Adi van Dalen as they come onto that back straight away. James Barson tucked right beneath that screen, trying to get as much aerodynamics out of the bike. Van Dalen late on the brakes inside of Seal, and the VAG Automotive Centurion man sneaks through. 8 laps to go, 2 done. Nice run as well from Byron Rothko, slightly higher up than what he was in race 1, staying ahead now of Renatus van Niekerk and Dirk Stoltz. Charles Cruz dropped back 1 position on that lap as Stoltz moved up 1. So Stoltz and Cruz swapping positions for 11th and 12th place across the line there. One rider that's significantly missing from the front of that pack is Trevor Westman. Although he set the fastest lap, he was down in 16th place as he crossed the line. So something must have gone wrong on the start line there for Trevor Westman, or in that first lap he must have made a mistake. We didn't quite get the first lap, unfortunately. Had a little glitch in the matrix here. But he's down in 16th place, lapping quickest at the moment, and trying to come through the field as rapidly as possible. Fights through that pack as well as we watch Renatus van Niekerk closing on Byron. Byron Rothko soaking up that pressure from Renatus as they go into the dog bone. Behind them, just behind them in fact, is Alfie Swanepoel and Tyron Piper. Keep an eye out for the number 60 bike, that Project 60 machine of the killer, Trevor Westman. Down in 16th, it's a big ask to come right through a field of 20 odd riders to get to the front again. He battled in the first heat to get that motorcycle of his right up to pace, but of course it is his spare bike after the race bike he had from Project 60 was completely written off in Cape Town after a big crash out of Sorrel Sweep. So he's had to do some development on that Kawasaki and the rebuild. Found one overnight literally in Cape Town and still raced it onto the podium. 3 down and 7 to go. Not many changes in the standings as they cross that line for the third time. Eddie Van Dalen definitely closing onto the back end now of Henk Kruger though. Kruger feeling a bit more pressure from the VAG Centurion man. Flicker through into turn 5. Tricky little corner that, especially on a motorcycle. There's 3 potential apexes there. If you get it right, you get great drive down onto the short straight, which is exactly what Renatus is looking for here, to try and close things down on Byron, and he gets it. He's good on the brakes, and he has a little squiz, but not quite up the inside there of Byron Rothwell, who was also pretty good on the brakes, down into turn 6 into that hairpin corner. It's a slight right flick, and then a right-hander that starts the downhill slope through the first part of the dog bone. Right, left, and a big double right, and then a left-hand flick out of that, which we see Henk Kruger and AD doing, just ahead there of Peter Delport, who's basically on his own sim. He's just ahead of Reggie Seal, with 2 of them swapping positions there. Here is second place, Han McMahon into the chicane. Third place starting to heat up ever so slightly, and so is 4th and 5th. Here we go, or 5 and 6 I should say. As Eddie Van Dalen eventually gets on the brakes and squeezes through there on Henk Kruger. So Van Dalen moving up 1 place as they cross the line. Going to be Van Dalen from Kruger. Then Reggie. Delport, as I said, got ahead of Reggie Seal, so apologies on that one. Delport now ahead of Reggie Seal. Nice run here though so far from our leader. Looking for a perfect weekend. Set the fastest lap ever on a ZX10 around this track. Beating, I think it's a 10 or 12 year record for the fastest lap on a ZX10R Masters Cup bike. So he's pretty fired up on that one. And if I look at what he's doing at the moment, 157s is about 4 seconds off his lap record pace of the 53 he did yesterday in qualifying 3, if I'm not mistaken. Every session that they go out on a weekend is taken as a qualifying session, right from the first one. So quali 1 to 4, 3 on the Friday, 1 on the Saturday, sets up the best overall time for the grid position that you would end up on. Jean Cruz fighting with Rob Ferreira, similar to what they were doing in race number 1. Similar battle there. I think that might have been Dirk Stoltz and then Trevor Westman. Westman battling a little bit here. As I said, I think though he's still pretty much on that stock ZX10. Although he has a little bit of time between Cape Town and now to have done a bit more development on that bike. A change up again between Henk Kruger and Eddie Van Dalen as they complete lap 5. So halfway stage for the ZX10R Masters Cup. And yet again a change between Henk Kruger and Eddie Van Dalen. Eddie losing out a little bit of ground there coming out of turn 1. Slightly better squirt towards turn 2 there from Henk Kruger's point of view. Van Dalen will have to keep his eyes on those rearview mirrors. If he's dropping back away from Henk Kruger, he's actually falling into the clutches there of Peter Delport. Delport is reading him in. Could potentially be in the hunt there to outgun Van Dalen by the end of this one. James Barson comes through there. He hangs on to 4th place. Leader in Class C at the moment. He's also closing onto the back end of 2nd place in Class A there. Keith Agliotti. And Agliotti doing a similar job in terms of closing the gap down on the leader of Class A, but second on the road, Hein McMahon. So it seems like Keith has got some late race pace as opposed to the early pace that we saw from Hein McMahon. Cruz opened up a little bit more breathing, but a bike length there on that last lap over Rob Ferreira. There's Westman. Haven't seen a lot of him, but it's because he's so far back. Purificardi set a hot lap earlier on, then Westman outgunned him, but Westman's made his way up into 12th place overall. Certainly not where he wants to be. He's normally fighting right at the front end with Damien Purificardi. If not leading him, definitely right on his tail. Down into turn 1 there for the Project 60 Kawasaki. You can see it's not turning like it should. Westman's not happy on that bike. So maybe a bit of work to be done before they go to the next round down in Kwabeja. And by that stage, hopefully Jason Lamb will be making a welcome return to ZX10R Masters Cup as well. He didn't make it up here to Mpumalanga for round 2. But maybe saving some budget so that he can be in the hunt for his 2 home track circuits of Aldo Scribanti and the East London Grand Prix circuit, which are the next back-to-back rounds for the Extreme Festival and for ZX10R Masters Cup. Gagliotti and Barson closing down on McMahon. And McMahon definitely going to be starting to feel that there's a bit more intention being shown by the 2 riders behind him. He does tend to look over his shoulder every now and again, or when he's in corners that he can look over his shoulder and kind of see the riders who are behind him. He would have been doing that, I'm sure, earlier on. K9 Law Enforcement Machine versus Ridgeway Racing versus Steel Monkey Clothing. All on ZX10s. Oh, write it down. That might be Charan Papa. It's coming out of the dog bone through the left-hand flick. Not an easy thing to do is to pick up a motorcycle, especially when you've been down the road. Ian Harwood, and from Bridgestone and TRP, big supporters of this category. He's ahead there of Nico Zitzman and Steve Galgocci, also making a welcome return back into ZX10s after a little bit of a sabbatical. So they've got 3 more laps to go. Let's see if we can pick up who that was. It went down there. It's Renatus. It's actually Renatus Finicuk, I beg your pardon, who's gone down. So Renatus is on the left-hand side of the track. You can see riders are going around that stricken Kawasaki. Not quite sure if that would be deemed safe, but so far they kept it under double yellows. Renatus is upright. He walked away, fortunately. It was the green bike that caught me out there, so apologies to Tyron Piper's fans. But it was Renatus who was down there. Two to go for the leaders. And there is your leader into turn 3. Past the back end of our commentary position, down towards 4. McMahon still maintaining, keeping Agliotti and Boston out. Boston putting a bit more pressure onto Agliotti though. Showing a wheel here and there. Definitely looking for a chance for a top 3 overall. If he gets it, it'll be the top 3 led out by all the leaders of each of the respective classes. So Damien Purificardi leading Class B, Hein McMahon leading Class A, and James Barson leading Class C. So if he moves just ahead of Agliotti, the top 3 will be made up of the leaders of each of the classes. Slucky into the dog bone ahead of Agliotti. Keeping it under double yellows there, so the riders know there is a Kawasaki on the left hand side. Have to try and avoid the Renatus Finikirk chicane there. Leader about to start the final lap, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, 1 to go for Purificardi. Damo just absolutely annihilating this field. It's been a great run from him. Best lap's been a 56.6. He's 57.6 at the moment, a second off. But the most important thing is that it's the gap that he's pulled over Hein McMahon. 18.5 seconds over Hein McMahon and Keith Agliotti. Oh, getting a little bit real now as we get onto that last lap. Henk Kruger fighting hard. Kruger on the inside and squeezes through to get back of Adi van Dalen. There's a nice little battle there between the 3 of them. Just sneaking up into that little battle. In the closing stages is Peter Delport. Do you like that? Kruger, Van Dalen and Delport evenly matched. Coming through 5 onto the short straight. As we watch our leader. And that's through turn 11, so onto the back straight. Along the highway. Hard on the brakes. Into the chicane comes your man with the perfect weekend so far. And an almost perfect start to 2026's championship. Purificardi. That's 2 wins out of 2 starts today. 2 wins out of 2 starts in Cape Town. And 2 pole positions so far. And the new lap record, of course, here at Red Star Raceway. So well done there to Damien Purificardi. Looks like McMahon is going to hang on only just. He will take the victory in Class A, 2nd overall, ahead of Agliotti, who will be 2nd in Class A and 3rd overall. And the winner of Class B is James Barson there, 4th overall across the line. Adi van Dalen diving on the inside of Henk Kruger into the final chicane. Kruger runs wide. Oh, he has to just sit it up and follow Van Dalen through. Good dive there. Good block pass, in fact, there from Adi van Dalen. And they come through to wrap up their 2 heats of racing as well. Behind that, Reggie Seal trying to hang on here. Keep out Westman to the line. Westman's going to try and get the drive to the line on Reg. Doesn't quite get there. Nice finish in the end, nonetheless. Seal from Byron Rothcall, Trevor Westman, and Peter Delport eventually dropping down to 10th place. A little bit of problems there on that last lap there for Delport. There'll be Dirk Stoltz through just ahead of Rob Ferreira. There you have it, unofficial results as they're coming through, and still with a few positions potentially to change up as they come across the line there. We'll keep an eye on them if they do. But it's Purificardi who gets the win ahead of Hein McMahon and Keith Agliotti, your top 3 overall. Class B honours go to Purificardi. He wins out over Henk Kruger and Byron Rothwell. Class A is Hein McMahon, Keith Agliotti and Adi van Dalen. Class C, James Barson ahead of Reggie Seal. And it'll be Jacques Cruz for 3rd place in Class C, down in 14th overall for the ZX10R Masters Cup, race number 2. Up next, it's Gazoo Racing's GR Cup, Heat 2, another 6 laps of action coming away from the Toyota boys and girls. They'll be on track shortly, and we'll be back with action here from Red Star Raceway in a few moments' time. Well, while we're standing by, let's go and catch up quickly with one of our top lady contenders in this class, Emma Dowling.
Are you talking to me?
Yeah, we're fine.
We were hoping to talk to you there, Emma. We are standing by to catch up with Emma Dowling down in pre-race. Let's see what her plans are now for race number 2.
Race 2, what you expect it to be like?
A really good race like the last round. I'm super excited and hopefully we can secure a top 3 again.
Car going well?
Yeah, car's going all good. Super happy with it and couldn't be happier.
Good luck for race 2.
Thank you.
I suppose if you are super happy, you can't be any happier unless you are super duper happy. But Emma Dowling there, certainly looking forward to another good battle at the front end, along with Kobus Reiniger and Connor Weston, our race 1 winner from the Gazoo Racing GR Cup. And she, of course, participates at the front end in the development category in the Toyota 86s. Miklos Haigi looking for a chance now as well. Let's see what his plans are for race 2.
Race 2, what are you expecting it to be like?
I think we're going to do a little bit better than the last one. I think I just need to stay a bit closer on the rolling start, try and knock off a couple of seconds on 1 or 2 of the corners where I've been losing some time, so a little bit of improvement. So a lot of improvement after qualifying, so I'm looking forward to it. This is the second race of my life, so I'm really enjoying this process, and very grateful to Toyota for giving us the opportunity to be able to do this.
Excellent, good luck for race 2.
Thank you so much.
That's the view from Craig Nicholson's number 2 Toyota Corolla. Looking forward to another big battle in the press side of this category. Remember, we have the development drivers that drive in the Toyota 86s at the front of the field. Then we have a dealer network that drive the older versions of the Toyota Corolla. And we have a media contingent that drive the newer versions of the Toyota Corolla from the GR stable.
Tian, race 2.
Tian, looking forward to race 2?
Sorry, I couldn't hear.
Okay, he had to fire up, so he's got to get back out of the track. We'll catch up with him a bit later on and maybe see exactly what unfolds now for race 2 as a GR Cup make their way onto the circuit. We're going to be on board here with Emma Rose Dowling. She'll be looking forward to entertaining us with a little bit of action from her onboard camera. Looks like we've swapped out her camera from Connor Weston's one and given her a chance to give us a little bit of onboard activity there. coming straight from some international karting duties over the last couple of weekends. Certainly looking forward to doing some more damage at the front end if she can, as the rest of the field roll out. Car number 3 there. Once again, just giving you a heads up there. Naresh Maharaj. He, of course, is actually from Algoa FM. So nice to see him getting a chance to be out there on track. Look out for the likes of Justin Ford and Kumi Machaka, Craig Nicholson and Nabil Abdul. Those are our press contingent. The dealer teams is going to be Devon Scott, Theo Brits, Van Afenta, along with Marius Klaassen, Jaco Barentse, Van Horn, and Rudolf Bunzaya, as well as Johan Bunzaya. And then we'll have the likes of Tian Kumbrink, Andries de Villiers, all fighting hard for the dealer aspect of this category. So we come under starters orders now. Just waiting for that green flag at the back of the field to give us the heads up that we are good to go for race 2 now of Gazoo Racing's GRSA Cup. A couple of cars just being shuffled around there, not quite in the correct positions by the looks of things. So remember, with the rolling start, they'll be behind the safety car. And get underway now for race 2's action. Nabil and Devon Scott will be on the front row of the Toyota class, the Corolla class I should say. And then it'll be Connor Weston and Emma Dowling on the front row of the 86s. Getting the rolling start now, getting a little bit more heat into the Dunlop rubber. Getting that race face on. Starting to think about exactly what is required to get to the front end of the race and potentially take victories here. Ever been to this track? A lot of drivers talk about the fact that the corners are very similar. Sometimes they get caught out exactly where they are on the circuit and don't realize that there's still a few more to go or a few less to go, depending on where you pick up that little bit of confusion. But once you've done a couple of laps around here, you'll definitely know what it's all about. True races track. As I mentioned earlier on, it was literally originally built as a purpose-built motorcycle racing circuit as opposed to four-wheelers, but eventually we've got the powers that be to allow cars like this and the Extreme Festival and other categories to come and race. So looking forward to that. Hairpin at the bottom and the turn 6 is a tricky one to get right in any form of motorsport. These cars will be down into probably second gear for that corner. We come here with the big V8 supercars. They go down into first into that hairpin. Even some of the extreme supercars on occasions are also gearing themselves so high up that they go down to first gear for that hairpin. Watching Rudolf Bunzai come through there. The Waterbach Toyota GR Corolla. One of our dealers. Clean grid, looking for customers, and they're about to make their way there right now. As the safety car rolls into pit lane, it will be time to line them up, get them ready to go now for the rolling start. The karters here will definitely be used to getting into those what would be tram lines for the karters, but drop the hammer time, and it is the 93 off the line of Connor Weston, who catches them all napping a little bit. Down towards turn 1. Looks like Emma just hang on for second place, but already pressure coming from the likes of Kubus Reinecker and from the big push through there from Kian Fusel. He'll be looking to redeem himself after spinning out in race number 1. Let's see what he can do now as they come into turn 5 for the first time. We're on board with Emma. She's lost out a lot of ground there. A couple of cars diving through on her and being hassled now by Fusel on her left-hand side. So I would assume that you've got Reinecker who's gone through there, and potentially either Spice or Vatsiawa who's gone through for the battle for second. Second of our lady drivers there, Vatsiawa Makonyana, doing an amazing job in this class, and certainly one to watch out for in the future of the sport. But now as we head into turn 2 in the Corolla class, it is Devon Scott round the outside, and he'll have the inside line going, but oh no. Nabil was well aware of what was happening there and shut the door. So Nabil Abdul leads out, and it's Devon Scott in second. That is the battle between the dealers and the media team combined. So it's 1-on-1, mano-a-mano in terms of that as they head towards 4. Scott hits the front. Devon gets through as they go through 4 into 5, and Nabil Abdul gets slotted back down into second place for the first time today. He's not seen a set of tail lights at all until now. And the first set of tail lights he sees is from his arch rival, Devon Scott, who gets good drive down the short straight and opens up about a car's length distance there between himself and the man from Supersport. Craig Nicholson closing things down, looking for a chance now to get through on Kumbi. Kumbi Manchaka taking it on there with Craig Nicholson. Nicholson certainly with a lot more experience behind the wheel of a race car than Kumbi's got, and he'll try and use that if he can. But needless to say, Kumbi has had some time in the saddle when it comes to the sport of GR Cup. So the Kumbi on cars man looking for a chance now to keep out that News 24 car of Craig Nicholson. Berry, he had some problems in the first heat, and hopefully he gets back on for the second heat. I haven't quite picked up on his car yet on circuit. We'll keep an eye for that if he does make it out onto the track, and hopefully he's done that for Auto Trader. The roller car coming through there is the 19 machine. Good start and a great effort there from the team there from Roller Toyota to keep that car at the front end of Marius Klaassen, looking for a chance to be at least in the hunt for podiums in the dealer team championship. But it's Devon Scott across the line, leading things out over Nabil Abdul. Theo Brits behind him, second of the dealer cars, and then second of the media cars is Kumbi. He's up in the 4th place overall actually, as Nicholson runs wide out of turn 1. Craigie cuts back though, shuts the door and keeps Van Aventa and Marius Klaassen behind him, but only just. Fortunately he had a little bit of breathing room there, so it didn't quite catch him out that badly. Back to the front end and to the 86s, and it's the mid-pack of the 86s that we're picking up on. Emma Darling trying to come back through the field if she can, but Connor leads out. Kubus Reinecker second, Vatsiawa is in third. Much better run here from Vatsi this time, getting that number 99 car almost to 100% as you can see, as she sits in third place ahead of Chipang Shinsinwana. Much better run there from Chipang as well, and from Miklos. We just chatted to Miklos in pre-race. He said he was looking to improve dramatically, and he's done just that for now. That's a little fight that's raging at the front end of this one, as we sort things out here for the battle for the 86s. Emma Darling still sitting in 4th place though. I do like the fact that Kobus Reinecker goes onto the headlights and flashes those headlights, trying to just catch the attention of the driver ahead of him, maybe throw his concentration off under braking ever so slightly. Emma Darling though looks to try and get through on Vatsi. Vatsiawa Makonyana having a phenomenal run here in the second heat, up to 3rd place. She actually led down in Cape Town for a little while too, so certainly knows what she's doing now in the cockpit of these 86s. M looking for a way past, can't find it just yet. Not easy to pass when the cars are so evenly matched and the driving skills are equally evenly as matched. Behind them comes Kian Fusel. Fusel closing down on the 2 ladies, and about to join him will be Spicy. Spice Riachile Maula is right into the mix, making it almost a 5-way fight here for 3rd place. Yellow livery on the side of that car, that is Spice Maula. That's his nickname, of course, but his real name there is Riachile. Coming out of the karting ranks, one of the smallest drivers you will ever see in your life. And they actually had to do some modifications to the pedal box to allow him to get up close and personal with those pedals inside this this 86 Corolla of his. Once again, hats off to Toyota, to Gazoo Racing, and to Leroy Poulter and his team for the incredible job they do to get all of these cars prepped and ready, evenly matched as they are, so that there's not really a big advantage from one car to the next, to keep the racing as close as possible and give us the type of action that Gazoo Racing provides us in the GRSA Cup. Nicholson was late on the brakes there, trying to close that gap down now and look to get onto the back end at least of Kumbi Mchaka. Devon Scott still maintaining a decent pace there. Kumbi's on the move. Kumbi closing on Theo Brits, in fact. Brits just up the road there from him. There goes Devon, and then Brits into shot now. Behind them they're lining up, and it's been a pretty epic battle so far from those guys. Loving our Toyota Gazoo Racing GR Cup has just turned into not only a marketing exercise from Toyota Gazoo Racing's point of view, but turning into a really spectacular motorsport championship as well. Nabil Abdul closing now, looking for a chance to dive through. Oh, it's getting real in the mid-pack of the 86s as Kian Fusel forces his way through. I think Emma Darling might have got through on Vatsi as well, so it could be a change up there between Darling, Vatsiawa and Kian Fusel. Just get a up close and personal of that. No, Darling's still there. Emma Darling still at the front of this one, but Kian Fusel now has got behind her, and they've both got through and got away from Vatsiawa. So there's some big battles still to be sorted out here, and it's not quite done just yet at the front even either, as Kobus Reinecker closes now on the back end of Connor. Connor Weston has led from the start so far. He's got the fastest lap on track overall in the 86s, but all of a sudden now has a little bit more pressure coming from Kobus Reinecker from behind. Here we go, Spice Maula up the inside, trying to squeeze through, and Vatsi gives him a little touch into the bottom end of the dog bone. Little touch there between Spice Maula and Vatsiawa Makonyana. But Riachile has found a way past, and Vatsi's dropped back 3 positions now. Trying to come back at Spice. Oh, there's a touch. Tagging the back end of Spice Maula, and she forces her way through. He catches the 86, fortunately. Carries on up the back straightaway, but loses some ground there to Vatsiawa. Late braking from Kobus Reinecker, trying to find a way through here on Connor Weston. They're going to have 2 more laps to go. 8 more Ks of race action coming away here for the 86 Brigade at the front end here, and our development category in the Gazoo Racing GR SA Cup. We're going to see a little bit of retribution being sought there by Spice Maula, as Devon Scott maintains the lead of the Corollas for now. It's going to be shared honours here once again between himself and Nabil Abdul. There's bits and pieces of Corollas and 86s all over the track. Hopefully somebody can get across that and get that piece off the road in between this big pack making its way around the circuit. Craig Nicholson, has he got through by the looks of things? Possibly on Kumbi. Nicholson there in the News 24 media car. Behind him, is that Kumbi? I think it might be. I think he might have got through. Yes, he has. He's got through ahead now and moved himself up into what is second place in the press side of this championship. (21-1) going at it. Battle of the ones for the lead of the Corollas. Kevin Scott just seems to have slightly better drive down that short straight. A little bit of advantage over Nabil Abdul. Remember, that's the previous version of the Corolla versus the brand new version of that GR Corolla. The ones with the white tail pieces are the dealer team cars. The ones with the black tail pieces are the media team cars. On board we are with Craigie, looking from the other side of the camera, watching him work that wheel. You can hear the understeer on that car as he comes out of the dog bone and goes through the little flick up towards turn number 11. Working hard to keep Werner Venter and Marius Klaassen behind him, trying to close down on Theo Brits just up the road from him. Malalan machine there of the 33 car. Werner Horn, as I said, he's normally the man who's behind the wheel of a Hilux as opposed to behind the wheel of a Corolla, but he is loving life being part of the GR Cup for Malalani Toyota. Back on board with Craigie as we go through, and you can see just how hard he's working to try and close that gap down. Not easy to do. As he heads into the dog bone, we're back to the front end of the 86s because they're on their final lap, and it's Connor Weston looking for the double here. Reinecker was a lot closer as they came into the dog bone on the last pass, so it's a case of he might have lost that car and a half length behind Connor Weston on the last part of the last lap there. Connor Weston has just kept it smooth sailing, doing everything right at the front end. Looking for a double victory on a similar vein to what Kobus Reinecker got in Cape Town. Reinecker will continue to lead the championship with 2 wins and 2 second places here at Red Star. 2 wins in Cape Town, of course, and the 2 second places he's going to possibly get here unless he can find a way through here up this back straightaway. I don't think he's close enough though. Khan will be easy on the brakes. You see those hazard lights coming on, showing the car's natural ability as the hazards come on when the ABS system kicks in. And yes, it is Connor Weston for 2 wins out of 2 starts. Kobus Reinecker, 2 second places out of 2 starts. And Emma Darling, 2/3 out of 2 starts as well. So pretty much plain sailing at the front. No changes dramatically at the front end of the 86s. Waiting now for Nabil Abdul or Devon Scott to be the first of the Corollas to cross the line. Miklos Hegyi coming through there at the back. And he finishes up in 8th place for the 86ers. It is going to be Devon Scott who wins out over Nabil Abdul and wins the dealer championship. Nabil Abdul will win the press side. The media side will be Craig Nicholson in second, and it'll be Theo Brits in second place for the dealer team. Van Afenta follows behind Craig Nicholson, and then Marius Klaassen. As we wrap things up, we go on board with Craig Nicholson. As you can hear them crossing the line, the hooters even work on these cars. That's how pretty much stock standard they are. Other than the roll cage, a slight change in the brake system. It's slightly harder braking pads that are available, and of course the harder wearing discs that they get. Other than that, they are completely stock standard. So Connor Weston, Cobus Reinecker, Emmett Dowling, your top three in the 86ers. In the dealer team, it's Devon Scott from Theo Brits and Van Afenta. And in the media challenge, it was Nabil Abdul, Craig Nicholson, and Kumbi Mchaka who come through for the top three in the media side of Toyota Gazoo Racing's GRSA Cup. Round 2 here at Red Star Raceway is wrapped up, and we look forward to seeing them back in action down in Kwabecha at the Aldo Scribanti circuit. And that, of course, will be happening a little way from now, but needless to say, still in with some action to come in 2026 and the Extreme Festival of Motorsport. I beg your pardon, we don't go to PE next, we go to SWAT Cups next. SWAT Cups, of course, is on the 23rd of May before we go to PE. So next up is SWAT Cups, the home of Extreme Festival. Apologies on that one, I forgot about that one. I was just checking my diary quickly to make sure that I was right, but there you go. That's where we're headed to next month. So come and join us there for more Toyota Gazoo Racing action from the GRSA Cup. Standing by, as you can see, MSA4 and Formula Ford Kent.
gate size? What gate size? 24 or 36 now? On your camera's gate? 36. Oh, yeah, okay, full frame. So that's the moon shot.
Welcome back to live action once again here from Red Star Raceway, and the Extreme Festival of Motorsport kicks off the second heat of MSA4 and Formula Ford Kents combined. First race was taken by Akil Alibai, winning out over Michael Besaidno, beg your pardon, and Karabo Malamela. Renzo Ribeiro and Shuren Naidu were the top five. That man there, Nzalo Corza, eventually ended up on the sideline with a broken nose cone, hoping to change his luck this time out. Hopefully stay out of harm's way in that first bit of fracas that happens for turn one honours. Ken Swartz also had some problems, unfortunately. He didn't make it out for this one. And Alan Mayer, I expected to see the blue bullet out there, but unfortunately the Lieutenant Colonel didn't make it out for the first heat. So that left Ian Schofield to win out over Alex Voss, Rick Morris, Nicholas Van Wheelie, and Kanya Mahanjana for the Formula Ford Kent category. Gianna Pasquale had some problems right in the closing stages. I'm not quite sure what happened with her. I didn't get a chance to get across the track to have a chat to any of these drivers. And she dropped right out of contention. She was fighting with Anastasia and Simpiwe and Adam Kaji, but unfortunately dropped right down into 17th place on the last lap. So something didn't quite work according to plan there for her side of her race. So she'll look to try and change that luck up ever so slightly here in race number 2. Shren Naidu will be on pole position alongside Akil Alibai once again. They'll come to the line to take up their positions for the start of race 2 of MSA4. Second row, Michael Besaidno and Renzo Ribeiro, Guido Bedole and Karabo Malamela. Chase Haskins alongside Ken Swartz, and then Anastasia Gerasis and Nzalo Corza, Liam Palome, and then Bianco Ferri, Gianna Pasquale, Adam Kaji, and Simpiwe Moklako making up the front rows there of the MSA4 category. Great to see the growth of this class. It really is phenomenal how this class has grown within the last 18 months or so. And we now have a fully fledged, almost Formula 4-esque style single-seater championship in South Africa, and it just bodes well for the future of anybody looking to go into single-seater racing and make a career of single-seater racing for themselves. Some lovely drone work being done here by our team as they go over the top of the grid. There you can see them all lining up, and they're allotted grid positions, and then a bit further back, at the back of the pack, it'll be Ian Schofield who will line up on pole position for Formula Ford Kents. So it looks like we are almost good to go. Remember, this is a standing start, so we will go straight into the light procedure. Start delay board went up there, I can see that as well. So it looks like something must have gone wrong somewhere on the track. Not quite sure what the issue is. I do see our COC looking over my left shoulder as a possibility of something that might have happened on the circuit. Maybe we've got a car stuck out on track somewhere that might be in harm's way. I can't pick up on anybody that shouldn't be on the grid that's not there already. But with that start delay, we will go into start procedures in a few moments' time. Run through one more time there. Shren Naidu, Akil Alibai on the front row. Michael Besaidnote and Renzo Ribeiro is the second row of the grid. Guido Bidoli and Karabo Malamela. And then on the fourth row, Chase Haskins and Ken Swartz. We're back under starters orders. Here we go. 30-second board will change to 5. 5-second board goes to lights on. And it's time to go. Once again, Akil Alibi off the line like a rocket. Outcutting Shrin Naidu down into turn 1. Shrin this time a little bit quicker off the line than what he was in the first start, and he comes through for second place. So not a bad effort there from him. Everybody else seems to have stayed on track. No nose codes flying. Everybody seems to have kept their bodywork attached to their cars as they go through into turn 4. Out of turn 3 past our commentary position. Just over the back of my shoulder, you can hear those cars in the background as they go flying down towards turn 4. We stay on our aerial shot here, but it's Akil Alibi from Shirin Naidu. Looks like Besaidnote is up into third place for now. Yes, he's there for third, ahead of Renzo Ribeiro and Karabo Malamela. 2x2 for second and third, and for 4 and 5. First place getting away. Besaidnote late on the brakes. Shirin trying to go even later. Oh, a touch! A touch there between Mikhail Besaidnote and Shirin Naidu. And Shirin Naidu went airborne. He got completely airborne in that car. He managed to get back on track, but what a nightmare once again for Shirin. The Project X car has dropped right to the back of the pack of MSA4 category players, or almost to the back. He tucks into about third or fourth last position on track as he managed to get his car back onto the black stuff. But a touch there from some late braking, both out of himself and out of Renzo Ribeiro to try and find a way through. Michael Besaidnote, beg your pardon. Michael Besaidnote and Shirin coming together there in the hairpin down at turn 6. Rest of the pack come through there. 17 car there of Gianna Pasquale, much better start there from her, and also a nice start there from Bianco Ferri. Liam Paloma under attack from Zalo Corza by the looks of things as they come to complete lap number 1. Seven more to go. A couple of overtaking chances being attempted into turn 1. It's not always the easiest corner to go into, turn 1 here. It is slightly downhill. It's also slightly off camber. We've got a Formula Ford Kent on the inside of the tractor that's been pulled to the sideline as well. I wonder if that might be our good friend Kanye again, who's had some problems. Fortunately, it hasn't gone according to plan there for him over this weekend either. He's had a tough start to his Formula Ford Kent career. Besaidnote now with Renzo Ribeiro on his tail. And they are fighting for what is going to be second place on track behind Akil Alibi, who's getting away at the front end. Down onto the brakes, trying to close things down there. Onto the back end of Bedole. See Bedole in a bit of pressure. A little bit more pressure than what he experienced. Did have some initial lap pressure coming from cars that he's fighting with, but you can see it's not as easy this time because it's Ken Swartz who joined the party. He had a non-start for the first heat. So good to have Ken Swartz back into the pack here. They've been working frantically between the two heats to get that car ready to go, at least to get him out for heat 2. And they've put him out there into the thick of it, into 6th place. Not quite on the same position or speed that he can get out of his stablemates, but fortunately he's on track and that's where he needs to be. Van Wheelie on a similar vein, trying to close things down here. And is the meat in the sandwich, I think, there between the top two. Yeah, it's Schofield, then Foss from Van Wheelie, and then Van Wheelie, as I said, the meat in the sandwich between Foss and Rick Morris. Schofield yet again just showing these boys the way around in the Formula Ford Kents. Late on the brakes, down on the 50-meter markers where he climbs on the anchors. Almost all 4 of them on similar vein in terms of their braking points down into the chicane. And to complete the lap, Schofield stays at the front. A little bit closer this time though from Rick Morris though on the back end of Van Wheelie. Keep an eye on that battle. Back to the front though, Akila Levi. Just getting away from this pack. Poseidon has not got an answer to him. Akila Levi setting the fastest lap of the race on the last pass across the line. Poseidon second, Rivero third, and Malamela in fourth. Caraba pulling slightly away now from Badole, Swartz and Palome. Badole having a fantastic run there in 5 ahead of Ken Swartz. Further back on that, that's the 17 car. Nice to see Gianna and Anastasia going at it. The two ladies having a big fight there. Two lady drivers stepping up into MSA4, showing that they've got the mettle to run with the boys and give them a good run for their money. And as they get better and better, they're going to probably move themselves up the ranking as they did in their own karting careers. Apex car there, part and parcel of course of Cora Racing. Speaking of Cora Racing, that's Chase Haskins fighting at the moment. Haskins with Zalo Corza and Shirin. They cross the line, start another lap. Corza in 8th, Haskins in 9th and Shirin in 10th. Touch and a bit of airborne material that we saw there from Srin Naidu as he was attacked and forced wide, clipping wheels as they came out of the hairpin between him and Michael Poseidon. Foss trying to close the gap down on Schofield. Here we go, into turn 4 they go, back to that battle. Up the road from them is Guido. Ken Swartz on his tail, leaving Palome just a little bit behind them at this stage. Zolo Corza's feeling the pressure. He can't find a way through there on Haskins, and he's keeping them at bay and allowing Shirin Naidu to close that gap down on Nzalo. So Nzalo Corza could be in a bit of trouble here on this next run up the back straightaway. Watch for that slipstream to come into play if Shirin can get right underneath that gearbox. In fact, he doesn't have to worry. He's going to dive through before. Great timing there from Shirin on the late braking, and squeezes Nzalo Corza out, moving his way slightly up the field. Back up into potentially chance of getting into single digits. He's just done that right now. Can he go higher up and maybe even get into the top 5? It's 11 and 12 going into 12 and 13. Those are the turns, and the two cars are the 11 and 12 cars of Chase Haskins and Shirin Naidu. Up the little fight there. Oh, someone's slowing. Trying to pick up on who that is. That's Renzo. It's Renzo Ribera. Ribera from 3rd place has slowed up and stopped on the side of the entrance to turn 2. So Renzo Ribera out of a potential podium position there, handing that to Karaba Malamela. That is not what Renzo Ribeiro wanted, that is for sure. So, dismay there for the Metal U Spares car as he parks it on the sideline. Haskins still fending off the intentions now from Shirin Naidu. That's the car we picked up on earlier on. That's Kanye Mahanjani. Parked on the inside there, second of the Huawei cars. He's in the Formula Ford Kent, of course, as opposed to the MSA4 machine that Michael Poseidon, his stablemate, pilots. Shren looking on the inside of turn 11. He was good there last time, not quite good enough to get through now on Chase Haskins though. 68, 58 and 95 as 11 and 12 make their way back down into 12 and 13. Ooh, little dive there from Shren. Almost had a attempt to overtake. Squeeze through there on Chase. Haskins is just soaking up the pressure here from arguably the more experienced driver, but what a way to learn for one of our youngest drivers out there coming out of Kokoro Racing. Haskins is enjoying this little battle. This man's just enjoying being in a single-seater, as he always does, leading comfortably at the front end of the Formula Ford Kent category. Piwe Mtlatlo, I think, is the last car on track at the moment, and she's just gone through across the line, which will mean the first Kent car will be on its way of Schofield and Foss behind him. Van Wheelie and Morris behind them. Still no way past here for Shren. Can Haskins keep him out? That'll be an impressive drive there from Chase Haskins to keep out, as I said, arguably the more experienced driver behind him. They are closing slightly there on Liam Palomia as well, so Palomia will have to be a little bit concerned in watching those mirrors as he comes onto that back straight away. Haskins is not really fighting to fend off Shren, and only on a few occasions has to go defensive, so it's not slowing him up enough to fall by the wayside behind Liam Palome. Palome doesn't seem to have the same kind of pace as Ken Swartz does as he crosses the line. Swartz was certainly up close and personal on the back end of Guido on the last lap. He's lost a little bit of ground there to Bedoli. Sayed still in second place behind Akil Alibar, who's looking for the perfect weekend. 2 wins out of 2 starts, moving himself, if I stand to be corrected, he might just be behind Michael Besaidenote in terms of the championship, with Besaidenote's 2 second places. Akil didn't quite have the same second place honours in Cape Town as what Michael has done here with 2 of them. So I think Michael will still hang on to the lead of the championship, even though he's going to finish 2 out of 2 in second. Lap and a half to go for those 2. Well, actually under less than a lap and a half. About a lap and 3/4, I would say, as they come onto that back straight away. Kill about to start his final lap. Karabo down in third, still there, as you can see in the Investchem car. Black and red machine. Haskins has still kept Naidu behind him. Unbelievable. I can't believe that Shren has not found a way through there on Chase, and what a good drive here from the Kokoro Racing man. He is also closing down on the back end in the closing stages here of Liam Palome. Oh, there you go. I think I might have just given him that commentator's curse as they went into the chicane there. Haskins eventually having to give way, and Shren goes defensive instantaneously as Haskins tries to come back at him. That's good driving. Once you've had that overtake taken on, you come straight back at the driver and try and catch him off guard, and he might just do that into turn 2. No, Shren goes across the line and shuts the door. Shren has got through here on the last lap ahead of Haskins. Great bit of defensive driving coming out of Haskins over the last 3 laps to keep him at bay, but eventually losing out there. Levi to the halfway stage of the final lap, down into turn 6. Gazoo Racing looking for a double victory here today for Akila Levi as well. Using that international experience to very good use today, that's for sure. Putting what he's learnt into practice, and it's paid dividend for him at the end of the day. Side note, concentrating and looking to just secure valuable championship points, knowing he didn't have the pace that Akil had, but enough for second place, which, as I said, should still secure him the overall championship for this class before they head to Swartkops. Left, right flick, down the straightaway, and the flag is out once again. It's Akila Levi, 2 out of 2. Michael Besaidenote, 2 out of 2 for second. And a much better run here from Karaba Malamela, finishing up in third place, beating to the line there Guido Bedole. Or did he? I think he might have just got through. No, Ken Swartz just getting through ahead of Guido. Ken Swartz to the line, outgunning Guido Bedole, and then Liam Palome, Shrin Naidu, and Chase Haskins, your top 8. Ooh, a bit of pressure here on Schofield in the closing stages from Alex Voss. I wonder if there's a bit of a problem there on Scove's car. Looks like the way the car's sliding, it might have a slow puncture by the looks of it. Will Schofield keep Alex Voss out? Voss will try and find a way through if he can. There's no doubt about it. He's not going to give up without a fight, and he'll go down fighting big time if it's the boss man in front of him. Onto the back straight they come. Scope and Voss, very evenly matched. And look at that, switching from side to side, not allowing that slipstream to be engaged. A little look there from Alex Voss. I think that was just a gesticulation though, saying, yeah, I'm here. But Scope runs wide out of the final chicane, and he's going to just hang on to beat out Alex Voss to the line. Great run from the Kent class as well. Schofield from Voss, Van Wheelie will take third place, and Rick Morris will come through for fourth place in Formula Ford Kents. Once again, some great single-seater action here at Red Star Raceway, and looking forward to more of the same. There is your unofficial results. Akila Levi, Michael Besaidenote, and Karaba Malamela, your top 3 in MSA4. And it is Ian Schofield, Alex Voss, and Nicholas Wheelie, your top 3. Van Wheelie, I beg your pardon, your top 3 in the Formula Ford Kent class. We head into Astron Energy Polo Cup for the penultimate race of the day, incredibly. Yeah, we're down into one more race to go after this next one. It's Astron Energy Polo Cup, and then Touring Cars and Super Cup to wrap up what has been a spectacular day here at Red Star Raceway. The weather has proved to be almost perfect, and now looking forward to our last 2 races, Astron Energy Polo Cup and the South African Touring Cars and Super Cup.
And what are you expecting from race 2?
Yeah, just for me, just as long as I move forward, anything is a positive, you know, all still very new to me, so even if it's small little improvements, then I'll take it.
Car going well?
Yeah, car going well, feels good. Still getting to grips with it, but I'm sure with time they'll start to feel more natural.
Good luck, Dan.
Thank you.
Nice to catch up there with Liam Crystal just before race 2 down in the Park Fermé area. We'll try and get a couple more interviews in there before they make those polos roll out onto the track for their second and final heat here at Red Star Raceway. Spectacular outing at Killarney for the 30th anniversary opening round of Astron Energy Polo Cup. And we had a pretty good race in race number 1 as well here for them. Let's catch up with Charles Smallberger.
A win.
How's the car going?
No, very well. So we're in a good position. Going from pole, got to bring it home.
Excellent. Well, good luck. Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Smallberger, I think, is definitely going to be looking forward to getting to the front end of the field. He didn't quite get there in race 1, despite starting from that front row and looking for a chance to capitalize on all the hard work he did yesterday in the qualifying and Super Pole. Let's see whether he can do it in race number 2. I'm going to try and catch up, I think, now with Roshan Goodman as well, who had a great outing in Cape Town. Let's see what he's going to do now in race 2.
Getting lekker. Looking at the first race, we were quite strong at the beginning, so hopefully we can have that again. And we made a few changes, hoping we can have a strong end to the race 2 as well. So yeah, hopefully we're hoping to go for the win, you know. Everything's there, and I hope all of us go guns blazing.
Well, good luck for us too. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Eh?
Guns blazing. Sun's out, guns out, eh? That's how it's going to work. Okay. The cameraman, of course, is Shuren Rajpal here, all the way from KwaZulu-Natal. He'll be looking to give us some great race action feed from there and see how it all goes. For the second heat of race action here from Astron Energy Polo Cup. They're waiting to make their way onto the circuit. Just got a high five there from our COC. I'm sure he's looking forward to wrapping things up here after a good day's racing so far at Red Star Raceway. It always turns out to be a pretty spectacular race day when we come to Mpumalanga and out to the Red Star. There's the man I was just chatting about. He's making his way onto the track there for final inspection, checking things out, and he'll be looking forward to getting these cars into battle position for their second heat of the day. Running through, of course, how things turned out in the first one. It was a win that went to Hannes Skeepers, making it 3 out of 3 for Skeepers so far in 2026. Smallberger was second. Roshan Goodman, the man we just chatted to now, was in third ahead of Maro Deleuze, one of our top rookie contenders from the Rookie Cup last year. Made it into the top 6 in both outings so far. And he will be fighting with Shuren Rajpal, Jaden Goosen and Milan Emsley. Pierluigi Mussolini wasn't quite up to the same pace as he found in Cape Town, but maybe they've done some tweaks to that car to get it sorted for race number 2. Christopher Tate certainly has a huge mountain to climb here this weekend, being the Rookie Cup champion last year and stepping into Polo Cup in the Volkswagen Motorsport team. He was outgunned by a long way by his rivals from the Rookie Cup in the form of Maro Deleuze and at one point Josh Moore, before he had the incident which dropped him right to 16th place behind Liam Crystal and just ahead of the Masters. And the Masters, of course, was won out by Wayne Masters, but Derek Smallberger and John Kruger, I think, will look to turn that around slightly, as will Mike Bobaglia and Elio Mussolini, who found some special pace over the last couple of meetings. Albert Moffat, of course, is the 5th and final member of our, or 6th and final member, I should say, of our Masters category. And he'll be looking forward to another boot battle out on track as well. Last 2 Masters make their way onto the circuit. And the Astron Energy Polo Cup are now out on their sighting lap. Remember, they still have 1 warm-up lap to go behind the safety car. And then we will be under starters' orders for the second and final heat of round 2 of the Extreme Festival of Motorsport here at Red Star Raceway. It's the Astron Energy Polo Cup Polo GTI safety car, which all of these competitors will be looking forward to following for one more lap before they come under starters' orders. Once again, from our drone camera, we see the change-ups of the slightly different grid for race number 2. Charles Smallberger and Hannes Schippers will start from the front row. It's Roshan Goodman and Jaden Goosen who are on the second row there. You can see the AA car just on the right of the shot there from Shrin Rajpal's point of view. He's alongside Mauro Deleuze for row 3. Milan Emsley and Chris Tate make up the 4th row. They're ahead of Berlin Robinson and Pierluigi Mussolini on row 5. Then it's Dean Ross and Liam Crystal, Bjorn Berthold and Cyril Jacobs Jr. just ahead there of Nirav Singh. Then it's the Masters, Derek Smallberger and Wayne Masters on the front row, ahead of John Kruger. Mike Babaglia alongside John Kruger. And then Moffat and Mussolini at the back of that pack. This is on board here with Shrin Rajpal, trying to get a bit of heat into that Dunlop rubber. Shouldn't be too difficult to do right now. The track is pretty warm compared to this morning's sessions, which were in a bit of drizzle for their warm-up. And of course their first race was dry, so they'll know how the track looks and feels, but it is slightly higher ambient and track temperatures that they'll be playing with now, so going to have to be a little bit more wary for these 8 laps. Josh Moore actually starting right at the back of the pack behind Nirav. Just shows you how well that Rookie Cup program works as well from Volkswagen's point of view. I mentioned in the first race, I'm going to just say it once again, they were down in PE last weekend for their second round of their championship. And 3 of the drivers that were participating in last year's championship are now sitting in the top 6 or just outside of the top 6 of the current crop of Polo Cup drivers. There are 4 of them in total, remember, because Berlin Robinson is the 4th one. So Mauro Deleuze, Chris Tate, Berlin Robinson and Josh Moore all stepping up from Rookie Cup straight into Polo Cup and making that stepping stone work perfectly from a motorsport development point of view. Coming out of karting, jumping into a Polo Cup, not always the easiest thing to do, so having that little Rookie Cup program certainly works well. Gives young karters a chance to get a look and feel of what a front wheel drive is all about. They get some great tutelage from the likes of Matty Merton, Brad Liebenberg. When he's off international duties, of course, Jonathan Mahotsi is part and parcel of that as well. And they learn the ropes of what to do in front wheel drive saloon cars. And as we know, over the 30 years that Polo Cup's been around, many wonderful South African drivers have gone on to bigger and better things, and will be continuing to do so through this program. And now with the investment from Volkswagen Motorsport and from the team in Germany for a Super Cup class in Germany, there's even a bigger stepping stone for some of these drivers to look and be aspirational towards. So we got Sabertech and OMP on the front row, on pole position with Charles Smallberger at the wheel in that Polo GTI. It's the BDS, DDS, Works Motorsport Polo of Dr. Hannes Schippers alongside him. Team Red and Upward Spiral and Mzansi Motorsports, Roshan Goodman alongside their AAs, Jaden Goosen. And look out for the push coming from Shrin Rajpal in the Goldwagen and Works Motorsport car, and Mauro Deleuze in the retail therapy machine. Here we go. About to come under starters orders for race 2. The lights are off and we're down towards turn 1. Here we go. It's a great start from the doctor. He's on the inside line, and can he outgun Charles Smallberger into turn 1? Oh, big touch in the mid-pack, sending Shryn Rajpal sideways. They all just avoid Rajpal. A little touch there by one of the cars in the background. I think it might have been Liam Crystal, who just wasn't able to avoid the spinning Shryn Rajpal. But Rajpal got a tap from behind and went sideways and eventually backwards into turn 1. Definitely not what he wanted in terms of the start of this race. Rajpal right to the back of the pack. The first 4 have got through relatively unscathed. He was just behind them. So the cars behind him were the ones that avoided all the action. But it was a late dive and late braking from Hannes Schippers to get the lead over Smallberger. He hangs on to it from now and keeps out Roshan Goodman. Mara Deleuze is just behind the AA car there of Goosen for 4 and 5. And it's John Kruger that we go on board here in the Masters category. They also just had to take evasive action to avoid the spinning car and the stricken car of Shryn Rajpal stuck in the middle of turn 1. Masters missed him. We would have seen, yes, the Sabertech car also missing out. And the paybar car there of Mike Barbaglia putting pressure onto the back end of John Kruger. Then it's Moffat and Mussolini. We go high into the sky to follow the top 6 as they go down to the dog bone. First 4 cars evenly matched. Goodman with a little bit of advantage over Jaden Goosen, who's trying to close that gap down now. Remember, Jaden Goosen came into this class at the end of 2025, joined as a wild card in the final round at Swartkops and won both heats. So he's certainly got a great amount of pace behind him in that AA machine. And it looks like he's doing a super job to stay there with Roshan Goodman. Yeah. Let's have a look at that replay of turn 1. Here you see, I don't know. Not quite sure what happened there with Shryn. I think he locked up under braking all on his own sim. I don't know if he was helped out. Just want to see who clips him. I think it's Liam Crystal. Yes, Liam Crystal just takes his rear bumper off. Liam Crystal goes onto the inside of the dirt. His car's left, right and centre. Josh Moore capitalised massively from that incident. He made up about 4 or 5 positions because he tried to avoid and stayed out of harm's way. Shryn's car is still stuck on the inside of turn 1. We'll probably get to see it here from Shryn's point of view. No, it's not Shryn's car, it's Liam Crystal's car. It's Liam Crystal's car. We're on board with Shryn, so you can't be seeing Shryn's car on the inside there. I just saw one of the cars stuck on the inside, so I assumed it would be Shryn's one. But it looks like it's Liam Crystal's car who's taken a bit of damage after that tag on the back end of Shryn's bumper. So Crystal parked on the inside of turn 1. His teammate Mara Deleuze starting to close things down now onto the back of Jaden Goosen. Top 5 starting to settle down slightly there. Charles Smallberger keeping a little bit of pressure onto the back end of Hannes Schippers. We watch for Christopher Tate. He's coming into the mix as well. He's not too far off the back end there. See the big Volkswagen sticker on top of his roof there. Easy to spot from the aerial material from our drone. He looks to try and close down there onto the back end of Mara Deleuze. Behind him, I think he's got Milan Emsley. So Emsley's coming along for the ride there with Chris Tate. But what a start to this one. Sure. A little bit of fracas into turn 1, and it turned into a bit of chaos as cars went left, right and centre to avoid the spinning and backing in car here of this man. Look at where he's closed up to, though. He's right onto the back end of Dean Ross. And looking to try and squeeze through now on Ross and find his way back into at least single digits if he can. DDS, BDS machine out front, taking on that Sabertech and OMP car of Smallberger. It's Works Motorsport versus the Sabertech car as they go down that back straightaway. Roshan Goodman still in 3rd place for Team Red up at Spiral and Mzansi Motorsport. Here's a move from Smallberger. Oh, covered massively there by Hannes Schippers. You're allowed to make one move, and that was a big move to keep Smallberger out. He was waiting for it. As soon as Smallberger dived on the left-hand side, he went with him and shut the door. So Hannes Schippers hangs on for another lap. Keeps out Smallberger, Goodman and Goosen. They pass the stricken car there of Liam Crystal every single time they go through turn 1 now. And into turn 2, Hannes opening up a little bit of a margin to try and get away now. give himself some breathing room over Charles Smallberger if he can. Smallberger loves this track. We saw from yesterday's practice sessions how much he does because he's in the mix. Rushball trying to find a way through on Dean Ross. Ahead of him looks like that is Nirav Singh. So Nirav Singh and Ross keeping this man at bay for now. And his attempt to try and get back into the single digits in Polo Cup. It's Josh Moore who's at the front of that pack. We see now from the outside camera work here, Moore keeping out the intentions being shown there by the rest of the pack behind him. See just how close it is here. This is Mussolini, Pierluigi having a go to try and find a way through there. I think that's on Berlin. That's the Fantech car there, Berlin. Being caught almost and passed there by the FSS machine. No, in fact, I think that... Yeah, no, that is... Berlin having a fantastic run to keep out Pierluigi. Pierluigi, as I said, finished 4th in Cape Town. So certainly knows how to keep a Polo in the top 4. But today, just battling with pace. Just hasn't got the same kind of pace as what they had done in Cape Town at the opening round. Milan Emsley, Pierluigi, and it's in fact it's actually Cyril Jacobs. Cyril Jacobs there. He's moved himself up nicely. So here we go. Another left and right maneuver from Charles Smallberger. Matched perfectly by Hannes Schippers for now. Charlie trying everything he knows. He went left, faked right. Schippers was having none of it. And crossing the line. They are on for an epic finish here in Polo Cup. This is top quality stuff. Derek Smallberger trying to close down the gap on Wayne Masters for the lead of the Masters, but as you can see, he's pulled a decent margin. Behind them, fighting hard, Mike Barbaglia all over the back of John Kruger. Paybar versus Haybot, and they're having a great one down into turn 1. The Paybar car there of Mike Barbaglia definitely finding some great pace here this weekend. Following on from what they found down in Cape Town at the opening round, they've got that car almost on rails around here, which is great to see. Rajpal looks like he might have just squeezed through their 1 position. Let's see if we pick up on exactly what's happening there. It's Tate from Jacobs Jr. from Milan Emsley. So apologies there, it was actually Milan Emsley that Pierluigi was fighting with, not Berlin. He has a change up. Oh, side by side between the AA car. Here's a Roshan Good. I mean, Jalen Husson about to be caught and passed by Mauro Deleuze. I think he might be. Deleuze and him are side by side getting to the bottom of the dog bone. Here comes the second pack. Berthold. Nirav Singh. It's actually the third pack up, beg your pardon. There's just so many action-packed events happening at the moment. Dean Ross is behind them. And I was going to say, has Rushbull got through? No, he hasn't. He's lost a bit of ground there to Dean Ross. There is Wayne Masters. Doing what he does best. Leading the Masters category by a comfortable margin at the moment. There's not really any sign of Derek Smallberger in the background at this point. And no answer from Derek Smallberger in terms of pace. So the Sabertech battle is going to be for the front of the race as opposed to the front of the Masters. As they cross the line, that's the halfway stage. 4 down, 4 to go. Nice move inside there from Milan Emsley, squeezing through on Cyril Jacobs. Teammates there from Team Red. Maybe a little bit of respect there from the two of them to just give each other enough room to play, maybe work together now to try and close things down there on Mauro Deleuze. Hannes Schippers now is working triple time in that car to keep Charles Smallberger at bay. There's Dean Ross under attack from Schrin once again. He's closed that gap down on the Norbrake car. The Goldwagen machine just can't find a way past. He's got the inside line here. He might be able to get good drive, but little slide there from Dean Ross. That's going to cost him some time. But I think at the same time, Shrin had a bit of a slide of his own. Had to catch it. Simultaneous sliding coming out of turn 5 as we watch Josh Moore towards turn 6. Moore, much better run this time. He's got Mussolini on his tail. And then it's Nirav Singh. No, in fact, that's not. Dean Ross still under attack here from Shrin Rajpal. Oh, great stuff here into the dog bone. Just showing you how difficult that little downhill off camber corner is. The car starts to slip and slide, gets a bit weighted on the front. The back end steps up and the wheel comes off the ground. You can hear it touching as it squeaks tires and squeaks some tackies coming out of that dog bone section. This is a great little battle in that mid-pack. It's opened up a bit here in the Masters, unfortunately, for Derek Smallberger's point of view. Unfortunately, his brother George not able to be here today in the Shield car. That's Berthold. Berthold with Moore on his tail. Nirav Singh has joined the party. Kyle Army exhaust man working frantically to stay with the 2 youngsters ahead of him. Dean Ross fending for his life here to keep Rajpal behind him. Shiren is all over the back of him. I'm loving it. Absolutely brilliant stuff there from Shiren. Dean Ross doing such a good job though to keep him out. How much longer can he soak that pressure up? There's a move from Mussolini, trying to find a way past on Jacobs. Sol Jacobs Jr. Well, they're side by side out of turn 5. One goes left, one goes right. Watch for the cutback now from Mussolini. Get the drive down the short straight. Will he be good enough? Yeah, he's gone past. He must have had a push to pass available there and got through. Jacobs Jr. on the brakes, trying to come back at him. Maybe get him on the brakes down into the 6. He comes up on the inside, but it'll be outside line for the next turn. Oh, here we go. Deleuze, Goosen getting real up close and personal. Just behind them comes Tate. Tate on his tail has got Emsley. Emsley putting that pressure on and looking for a way through. Applying massive amounts of pressure there onto the Rookie Cup champion. Tate and Emsley going at it. Goosen, Deleuze and Goodman going at it just ahead of them. And these two for the lead and for the win. Skipper's watching that rearview mirror. Watching for any attempt to go left or right from Charles Smallberger. I don't think he'll go on this one. He'll wait one more lap. There's 2 to go. Will we see an attempt here from Charles Smallberger to take the lead? Is he close enough to find a way through on Hunter Skippers and spoil the absolutely perfect run so far from the Doctor? Back on board with Rajpal. Just seems to lose a little bit of ground through the chicane there to Dean Ross. In fact, he hasn't lost. He's got ahead of him. That's the reason why. He's found a way past on Dean Ross eventually. It's Moore, Nirav Singh, and now Shrin Rajpal. Shrin onto the back of that Kyle Army exhaust car, bringing the Goldwagen machine up for the challenge. Looking for a dive into turn 4. He's got the inside line. Nirav gives him a little bit of room to play, but he'll have the inside line for the next corner. That's why he's giving him some space there. Ooh, a lock up from Skippers. Shows you just how hard he is having to work for this win. It's not going to come easy here. Skippers fending off the attack coming from Smallberger. Nirav doing the same thing from the attack. Oh, and he makes a mistake in turn 6. Runs wide out of turn 6. Will that give an opportunity for Shrin to dive through? He's through. So he now sets his attentions and intentions of getting through onto Josh Moore with a lap and a half to go. Shrin has made up 3 positions in 3 laps. Great driving there from the Banana Boy from KwaZulu-Natal. Goldwagen and Works Motorsport man doing super job. His teammate and stablemate leads the race. 3rd place up for grabs very much here between Mara Deleuze and Roshan Goodman. Goodman goes defensive. Roshan tucks onto the inside, looks for the slipstream, pulls out of the slipstream. Mara Deleuze going for 3rd place into the chicane. This could end up in tears for the both of them. Fortunately, gives up a little bit of room, tucks in behind. That might be setting something up for the final lap though. Roshan Goodman is going to have to go defensive on all occasions now as they start the final lap. Goodman late on the brakes down into turn 1, keeps Deleuze out. Mara pulls alongside him, trying to go the long way around turn 2, which will give him the inside line. No, he cuts back. I thought he might go around the long way around and go for turn 3's inside line. Decides to cut back and wait. Jaden Corson waiting to pick up the pieces if he can. Ideally positions at the moment if something goes wrong between Goodman and Deleuze. Man alive, Hannes Schippers is fighting hard for this one. He had to fight in Cape Town, but not this hard. Smallberger is making him work for this, and he's making him work hard. Down on the brakes into turn 6 for the last time they go. No lockup from either car, so smooth sailing from both drivers there to try and keep themselves in contention for the win. Schippers with a little touch of the wheel there. Bit of white smoke out of the tyre as he went into the dog bone. Side by side. Oh, there's a change up. Is that Tate? It is. Tate squeezing through back ahead now. Milan Emsley retaking that position back from Emsley as they try to close onto the back end there of the 3-way fight for 3rd just ahead of them. If they weren't fighting so hard, they could probably catch that battle. But the way they've been fighting, it just slows them down and they can't work together. Here comes Emsley. Emsley going to come back at Tate into the turn 11. We'll probably get a shot of it in the background. Not those 3 cars, but the ones just behind. And I think, yes, he's through. Emsley has got through back ahead of Tate. Smallberger late on the brakes. Lock up from the doctor in the front. It's enough to keep him at the front of the field, though. And through the chicane is going to be enough to get into the line by the looks of it. Here they come. It's going to be side by side. What a run to the line. And 4 out of 4 for Hannes Schippers. Smallberger 2nd. Here comes Roshan Goodman for 3rd. Goodman gets 3rd ahead of Deleuze and Goosen. And it's Emsley beating Tate to the line. Mussolini behind that. What a run to the line for all of our Polo Cup contenders. Brilliant stuff. And there comes Wayne Masters for the win in the Masters again. Derek Smallberger will come through for 2nd place. And John Kruger, I think, is going to hang on for 3rd. And he will come through only just ahead there. So there you have it, wrapping up Astron Energy Polo Cup, 2nd and final heat of the day. What a run. What an absolutely epic battle once again. Schippers from Smallberger, only a 1/10 of a second between them over the line. Goodman, 2/10 quicker than Deleuze across the line there for 3 and 4. Jaden Goosen in 5th place, beats out Milan Emsley for the top 6. And then as we come round, you can get all the way down to 15th place overall for the win in the Masters to Wayne Masters. Derek Smallberger, John Kruger, Mike Barbaglia, Albert Moffat and Elio Mussolini wrapping up our Masters fight. But once again, the 30th anniversary is proving to be one of the best that Polo Cup has given us so far. More of the same to come in our final race now for South African Touring Cars and the Super Cup. down in pit lane. Let's catch up now with last year's champion, Michael van Rooyen.
Forward to it, what are you expecting?
It's a reverse grid, starting in third place. I think a good start would be very helpful. I think a clean start would be even more. And yeah, hoping for the best. I think we made some good balance changes to the car, so should be more competitive in race 2. But yeah, obviously hoping for a win for the season.
Good luck, man.
Thanks.
Number 1 plate, of course, is always a tough one to have on the side of your car because it means the target is on you. And as you heard there from Michael van Rooyen, still looking for that elusive first victory for 2026. Didn't quite come in Cape Town. And starting from third on the grid means he's got 2 cars ahead of him that he's got to try and find a way through on. Both of them are BMWs. One is in the hands of Keegan Campos. So his return to the track after his incident with Robert Volk in race 1 certainly paid dividend because it's put him back into potentially a chance of getting a victory on return, as well as maybe running BMWs 1 and 2. But as you heard there from Michael van Rooyen, potentially he'll be looking for his first win.
How did Money and Dean do in their race?
Casey Ensel-Smith had an epic one. Let's see what his plans are for race 2.
Honestly, I am hoping to get up into the top 3. A win really would be nice, but I have to take it how it is and just see where we end up. Because it's feeling fine. There was a little bit of damage in race 1, but you've got the bumper back on and everything, so it should be all good now. Thank you so much.
Casey Ensel-Smith, of course, the winner of the MSA4 inaugural championship, and with that secured himself the seat in that GTI 8 as part of the InvestChem and WCT team for 2026, partnering up with the man who'll start at the back of the grid this time. That will be the second of the Golfs, and Julian van der Walt with some work to do from that position. But I think your biggest winner from race 1 in terms of strategy was this man, Keegan Campos, as he rolls out onto the track now and gets himself into the mine zone and starts to get that red mist down, or maybe it's the orange mist that comes from the Campos transport machine. Great to see him and Robert Volk returning, but not great to see the two of them ending up side by side, tapping each other into turn 1 and ending off the circuit completely. Keegan had to come back into the pits, get a little bit of a check-up on the car to make sure everything was okay, and then went back out onto track and finished the race, which is why he starts from pole, being the last car to finish in the touring cars in race number 1. So there you can see Campos and Schofield, BMWs 1 and 2 on the front row. Michael van Rooyen and Casey Ensel-Smith making it Toyota and Golf, the Corolla and Golf GTI 8 on the second row. Jason Kutsia and Julian van der Walt similarly in Toyotas and Volkswagens of their own. And then Robert Volk in the third of the Golf GTI 8s will start from the back of the pack. Tyler Robinson will start on pole position ahead of Rory Atkinson. Jason Loosmore and Brad Liebenberg will be on the second row ahead of Nicky Vistanis and Nico Zafiris. Davide Franco and Rick Larao ahead of Jared Rousseau and Paolo Larao. And then it'll be Mohammed Wali if he was able to get that car of his sorted out. And I'm hoping that he has, having to start from the back of the pack. But watch out for Wali coming through if he has got that car sorted out. There were some gearbox issues. Hopefully they're all now being sorted out. Campos with the race face on. Going across to his stablemate there, Andrew Schofield in the Fly Sapphire BMW. It's Van Rooyen and Casey Ensel-Smith. Jason Kutsia, of course, behind them. Just got a shout out there from Tiny Spitbox down in Cape Town, one of his big supporters. Hoping that Jason Kutsia can make his way to the front end and potentially get a race victory. Remember, it's a standing start. They've changed things up now. No longer the rolling start, so going into the start procedures and about to rock and roll now for race 2. On the warm-up lap. It's interesting to see that they went with a warm-up lap this time. In Cape Town, they were quite worried about the electronics of these cars and the change-up from a rolling start setup to a standing start setup. A lot of the teams were worried about possibly breaking differentials off the line, having not had a chance to learn how to start these cars from a standing start. But certainly all seems to be well there on the first start of the proceedings. It's going to be a full warm-up lap as well. They're not going to cut through on the Indy version of the circuit, because there is a shortened version of Red Star Raceway that cuts to the right through turn 5 and back onto the main straight. There's also a new kart circuit that's been built here at Red Star as well, so kart action coming our way pretty shortly too. Looking forward to some... Oh, hello everybody. Welcome to my studio. Thanks, G. It's the first time they get to see me today. But there you go. Yeah, well, here we are in the back of the Two Wheels TV van. And yeah, that's what I get to play with all day long. Isn't that nice, eh? Thanks, G. There we go. Welcome to my studio. Hope you guys enjoyed all the action so far. It's our final race of the day. It's touring cars and Super Cup. And they're down into the edge of the dog bone to get some heat into that Dunlop rubber and get themselves ready to go. Brad Liebenberg will definitely be looking for an improved start and finish to this one, as he's got international duties next weekend in the German Super Cup. That's the Polo Cup that's been taken over in Germany now. As we all know, Volkswagen officially doesn't have a motorsport arm in Europe anymore, but there is a Polo Cup running with these Super Cup cars in Germany now, all built in South Africa. And Brad and Tyler will be there next weekend for their opening round. So here they come. Campos on pole. Alongside him, his stablemate in the Sapphire BMW, Andrew Schofield. As you can see, it's Toyota, Volkswagen behind them. And then a Golf 8 GTI of Robert Volk on his return at the back of the pack. Watch out for that car coming through pretty rapidly as well. I don't see the all-white car of Muhammad Wali at the back of the pack either, so I don't think they got that car sorted out in time as we go under starters orders. Lights out and down towards turn 1 go the touring cars. Great start from Robert Volk this time. He's going to try and stay out of trouble as they get down into turn 1. It's a late dive there from Jason Kutsia. Jason Kutsia has ducked through. Schofield gets the whole shot, heads into turn 2 and leads things out over Keegan Campos. So it's the Fly Sapphire car out ahead of Campos Transport's machine into turn 2. As they come out of turn 2 and into turn 3 now, we're watching for the start there of what's happened in the Super Cup class. Here they go. Short straight. Campos on the back end of Schofield. Looks like it's a good start there from Casey Ensel Smith. Closing things down there on the top 2. A little bit of water or something on Campos's windscreen there by the looks of things. I'm not quite sure if that might be a radiator that might have blown there on the BMW of Andrew Schofield. We'll keep... Might just be ice on the intercooler as well, just to keep the the intercooler cold, but certainly a lot of liquid on that front windscreen. He's taken the lead, so it hasn't affected him, that's for sure. Whatever the issue was, he's taken the lead and now leads comfortably over his stablemate. Hopefully Andrew Schofield's going to play the team game here and try and hold up the Golfs and Corollas behind him. It was Jason Coetzee who ran wide. I beg your pardon, I thought it was the other way around. Michael van Rooyen was the more aggressive driver into turn 1, forcing his teammate onto the grass. And Coetzee now trying to come back through the pack as Michael van Rooyen goes on the attack to look through and find a way to third place on Casey Smith. Defending on Julian van der Walt and on Robert Volk as they went into 12 and 13. Wow. Exceptionally close there between Michael van Rooyen and Van der Walt. Van der Walt has got his, of course, stablemate on his tail there in Robert Volk. The 3 GTI 8s in full flight now. And there's the lone Corolla against 3 GTIs and 2 BMWs. Not quite sure how far back the second Corolla is. I'll try and keep an eye for that in the background of some of the shots that we've got to see if Jason Coetzee was able to get back onto the circuit. But as they come out of turn 5, you can see just how close it is here. All 6 cars. There's Coetzee. He's not too far behind. Rory Atkinson in the background, as you can see, leading the Super Cup class. Just managed to pick up on that Volkswagen Motorsport colours of Atkinson at the front end of Super Cup. But the front end of touring cars is starting to heat up because it's now Keegan Campos pulling away from Schofield, and Schofield is doing exactly what he needs to do. Try and hold the rest of the field up to give his teammate a chance to get away. The 2 BMW stablemates are working well at the moment. Can they keep that going for a couple more laps and give Keegan a bit of breathing room? No, they can't. Ensel Smith is through. Casey has found a way through and got ahead of Michael van Rooyen. Michael van Rooyen now goes straight into the clutches of Julian van der Walt. He's just managed to fend off 1 GTI attack. He's now got 2 more headed his way. And Schofield actually dropped right behind his former teammate there. Still in the InvestChem team, of course, the 2 of them. But now with Robert Volk behind the wheel of a GTI 8 as opposed to the BMW he was in the past. Ensel Smith into turn number 11. Squeezes Michael van Rooyen out. So we got BMWs 1 and 5 at the moment. And it's Golf GTI 8s 2 and 3. Michael van Rooyen in the Corolla in 4th place. His teammate Jason Coetzee starting to close down on the back end of Schofield and of Volk. Big push here. Looking for a change up possibly here. Oh, we're going to see Michael van Rooyen come back at Van der Walt. He's trying to fend off the attack from Robert Volk. Schofield using the entire track limit there. Only just staying on the black stuff as he came out of turn 4. So they're fighting hard. Let's go up to the front end of Super Cup. It's Jason Newsmore for second. He's got Brad Liebenberg and Tyler Robinson on his tail. It's Rory Atkinson who's out front there. You can see him just in the foreground. And this battle for second now poised on a knife edge. Loosemore. Brad Liebenberg looking for a way through here. As I said, Brad not involved for championship points this weekend, just for some seat time to get used to that front wheel drive Polo again. He won the championship of course in this class, so he knows how to drive them. Just hasn't been behind the wheel of one for a while, so needs a bit of a drive to get the rust off so that he's ready to go for next weekend. And now looking to put huge amounts of pressure and possibly even spoil the day here for Jason Newsmore. Tyler Robinson in the mix there as well, doing everything right there in that AF Fans car. But here's your leader, smooth as silk at the front end and doing a great job to try and stay at the front of the Super Cup class. He would love that number 2 to be a number 1 by the end of this season, and it'll also be once again a great opportunity to show how well the stepping stones in Volkswagen Motorsport work. There comes Volk into turn 1 as we go back to the touring cars, trying to find a way through there on Michael van Rooyen. Van Rooyen's squirt on the straight just has a little bit of extra drive out of the corners compared to that Golf GTI 8 of Robert Volks. We get a better example of it as they come out of turn 5 onto the short straight. We can probably even see here as Jason Garcia tries to get through and ahead of Andrew Schofield. On board with Campos onto the short straight, looks in the rearview mirrors, just watching, making sure that no one comes up close and personal and attempts a chance to get past him. Slightly new livery on that car as well. Good to see the Campos name back in touring car, and it'll be a welcome return if he comes back with a win. They were punting it on the touring car page and on the Extreme Festival page, saying Keegan Campos is known for missing the first couple of rounds of racing, but usually comes back strong. If he comes back strong enough for the win, that'll be pretty decent. Berthold now looks like he's made his way through and got ahead and found a way past there on Tyler Robinson. Yeah, Tyler Robinson dropping back into the clutches now of Nicky Vastanis. Brad Liebenberg still applying pressure onto Loosemore. Loosemore soaking that pressure up for now. Oof, good drive and great corner speed there from Brad Liebenberg. Close right underneath that rear wing of Jason Loosemore. It did compromise his drive slightly along that little kink straight, but now let's see if he's able to use that push to pass. Watch for the hazards to go on. There we go, hazards on. Not on Brad's car though, the hazards came from the car behind him. As Judd Berthold tries to close that gap down. Through the chicane they go. Another lap completed. Halfway stage is reached. 4 done and 4 to go. And it's big pressure now from Liebenberg onto the back end of Loosemore. Loosemore soaking it up. He's been in this position in the past, fighting with his teammate last year and with Tate Bishop. Loosemore knows how to soak that pressure up, how to use it to his advantage and keep him on the straight and narrow, or on the wide and twisties as we are here at Red Star, probably the better way of putting it. Rory Atkinson using his Volkswagen Challenge and other category experience around this circuit to very good use today. Getting away at the front end and controlling things admirably to stay ahead of the 5 cars looking to try and spoil his day. They're going almost 2 by 2 behind him at the moment. Although the gap has opened up slightly now between Loosemore and Liebenberg. Berthold trying to close down on the back end of Liebenberg. This is camera on camera here. One front facing, one rear facing, watching the driver. Same car as Campos crosses the line with 3 laps to go. Oh, the 2 GTI 8s are getting up close and personal as well. Looks like Casey Ensel Smith is going to have to fend off his teammate on a similar vein to what he did in Cape Town, with 3 to go. Casey in front of us. Only team orders there would be not to take each other out. Other than that, it's every man for himself. So Ensel Smith still maintains a small margin over his teammate Julian van der Vat as we watch Campos down into turn 6. Nice turn in there. Probably second gear in those cars coming out of the hairpin. Short squirt to third, and they'll keep it through third all the way through into the dog bone. Down the hill, off camber right, off camber left, and it's a very off camber left that takes you onto the exit of the dog bone onto the short little straightaway. Little kink in it. Both of them through there smoothly though. Can't quite close the gap down on that leader. Keegan Campos is definitely going to have a welcome return if he can secure this second race victory. Loosemore still got Liebenberg behind him. Can't find a way through though to catch that man who's just shot through on the foreground of the shot. And Rory Atkinson hangs on for dear life. About a lap and a half to go. Atkinson, Loosemore, Liebenberg, Berthold and Robinson behind that. Tyler would love to come back at Judd if she can. Maybe find a way through there, spoil his day, get back up into that top 4. And slightly wide, put a wheel on the dirt, wouldn't worry her too much. Push to pass being used behind her. Chipping the inside curb there was Judd Berthold. Trying to maintain the gap there between himself and Tyler. As they got 2 to go. 1.5 for these guys as they come down into turn 6. Would have been very interesting to see what would have happened had both that man, Robert Volk, and Keegan Campos not had the problems they had in race number 1, where they both ended up on the grass in turn 1. It's incredible to think. He seems to be rolling out of it ever so slightly there. You can see not pushing it to the limit. You can hear the revs coming off ever so slightly though. And he's still got a lap to go, so I'm not quite sure if Campos might have a bit of a fuel issue there. I'm hoping not. There he goes down in turn 1. Doesn't look like he's got any problems. Not the way he's driving right now. Now down into the closing stages. Into 4. Atkinson with a massive lead over Loosemore. Loosemore also with an equidistant, decent enough lead to keep Brad Liebenberg at bay for now, that's for sure. Can he keep it all together now? Even those little push-to-pass mechanisms that give them the little extra squirt aren't going to be enough, I don't think, at this stage. Campos back into the dog bone section. He's got just enough room there to hang on to keep the 2 GTI 8s behind him. But it definitely looks like it might be a bit of an ailing car he is nursing home. Okay, sounds good. Let's have a look at it. I wouldn't stay on long enough. I just wanted to see on the straight if he was rolling off. But I don't think he is. If there's any man who would be concerned about a possible fuel issue, it would have been him. If you remember in East London last year, he had to climb out the car and push it across the line. But he hasn't had to do that today because he's come back with a second race victory on return into South African touring cars. Keegan Campos with the win. Casey Ensel-Smith into second place with Julian van der Butt in third. And Robert Volk making it GTIs 2, 3 and 4 on track ahead of Jason Kutsia. Andrew Schofield dropped back, but so did Michael van Rooyen, unfortunately. He had a big issue and he's dropped back almost a lap. Some kind of an issue there for Michael van Rooyen in the closing stages. Atkinson now onto the back straight for the last time as well for Super Cup. Rory also with a very comfortable margin over Jason Loosemore and Brad Liebenberg. That's the gap he's got. Just saw it as he came under brakes for 12 and 13, I beg your pardon, as he comes out of the final 2 corners. Through that chicane, checkered flag on standby. Atkinson for the win. Behind him, Loosemore, Liebenberg and Berthold. Tyler Robinson making up the top 5. And wrapping up a pretty spectacular day's racing here at Red Star Raceway. We do love coming out to Delmas and to Mpumalanga and to the Red Star. And there you can see it just on the left-hand side of the top end. That's the reason for it being known as Red Star, as that sun drops out the sky in about an hour's time. That's when you'll get to see why the circuit is named Red Star. Little wave there from Rory. He knows he's on camera. Thanks for that, boy. So Rory Atkinson taking the win over Loosemore, Liebenberg, Berthold and Tyler Robinson. And a great effort there from Nicky Vastanis as well. Paulo Leroux, Nico Zafiris and Rick Leroux, Jared Rousseau and Davide Franco are your Super Cup contenders. Top of the list though was Keegan Campos on return. He makes a welcome return with a victory, winning things out over Casey Ensor Smith, Julian van der Vat and Robert Volk. And Jason Kitsia wins out over Andrew Schofield and Michael van Rooyen for the South African touring cars. You can see Keegan Campos is a pretty happy man inside that cockpit. And I'm sure he's going to be even happier when he gets to see his team and thank them for the job that they've done. Speaking of thanks, well, ladies and gents, we want to thank all of you for joining us here on our live stream from Red Star Raceway and the second round of the Extreme Festival of Motorsport here at the magnificent Red Star Raceway. We, of course, are heading across on the 23rd of May back to the home of the Extreme Festival, Swartkops International World of Motoring, for round 3. And we're looking forward to bringing you all of this action, plus a little bit more, as we head to the home of Extreme Festival. On behalf of our crew here at Two Wheels TV and Planet Margate, our Zone crew and Live X Productions, fantastic effort, and what a collaboration we've got going on now for the Extreme Festival of Motorsport. And we certainly enjoyed all of the action that was brought to us. To all the medics and our marshals out there for the incredible job that they always do. The medics had a very quiet day today. That's always a good day at the racing if we don't have to call any medical teams out onto the track. And to the marshals and to race control for the incredible job of getting us done on time and getting through another spectacular day's racing. It's 4 weeks' time. We'll be back and bringing you all the race action here from the Extreme Festival, but not here at Red Star Raceway, of course. It'll be at Swartkops, and we look forward to seeing you guys there. We do have the Regional Extreme Festival, of course, that comes here too. So we've got a Regional Extreme Festival here, and then we go to Swartkops for the Nationals. So we have got a lot of race action happening here from the Two Wheels TV and Planet Margate team. And from yours truly, Greg Maloney, the voice of choice. Take care then. Bye-bye now.